You may have noticed we've been growing faster, bigger, every year, more industries, more people, more impact. Well, in 2026, we're going back to Chicago. Automate returns to the Windy City with an expanded footprint, more technology, more solutions across more industries. Innovation at scale yet again. Now, for 2027, we have a very special announcement. Las Vegas, a new stage for the future of automation, connections to new customers, a gateway into new markets. Welcome to the next era of Automate. We'll see you there. Hello. Welcome back to Automate Live. My name is Jana Martin. I'm the Media Production Manager at the Association for Advancing Automation, who is, of course, the host of Automate. But as these guys know, we're also the host of the Robotic Grinding and Finishing Conference, which is going to be this July in Minneapolis at the Hyatt Regency, the 22nd and the 23rd. Don't miss it. Put it on your calendars. But let me go ahead and introduce my panel here before we get started. I'm joined by Ian Foslien, the Global Robotics and Automation Director at 3M Abrasives, Nick Orff, the Global Application Engineering Leader, also at 3M Abrasives, and Dave Harrington, the Portfolio VP at 3M Abrasives. It's great to have the Abrasives crew here with me today.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you. Dave, let's start with you. 3M is leading a lot of innovation in robotics and automation. How do you see 3M's role in the context of smart manufacturing and robotic material removal?
Yeah, that's a great question. 3M's, been doing abrasives for over 100 years. It's one of our original technologies. So we are going to continue to innovate in abrasive technology. That's just what we do. But that being said, as the world is requiring more and more out of automation, we have to pivot from being just abrasive experts to being process experts. And so what we're doing is taking all of our hundreds of years of process expertise in abrasives and applying that into robotics and automation. And the way we're doing that is to partner with our automation partners and really help integrate our knowledge into, the form and the function and the processes, and making sure that we're an integral part of these systems. So it's kind of taking abrasive knowledge and turning it into programming logic and integration into equipment.
Amazing. And so you're diving into global strategy across abrasives and automation. What are some of the biggest shifts you're seeing in customer expectations or challenges right now?
Yeah, I'll take that one too. I mean, for sure, labor shortage is real. I mean, we're seeing that everywhere. That's not a new concept for everybody who is involved in automation. But I think it was specifically to when it comes to finishing and grinding and abrasives, the challenge is those are also jobs that people don't want to do very much. They're dirty, they're hard, and so when there's a labor shortage, they suffer even more. So the more that we can find ways to automate that, the more that we can make that easier for our customers to still be able to run their operations. And then finally, quality. Quality is really important, especially when you think about finishing and polishing, and you need repeatability there. So again, when you need repeatability, automation comes in handy. So that's kind of how all that comes together for 3M.
So, Nick, you're presenting
Yes.
on understanding abrasive applications here at Automate. What are some of the most misunderstood elements when it comes to applying abrasives to robotic systems?
Yeah, I think there are some differences versus a lot of the applications that are maybe more well known for robotic automation, like welding or painting or pick and place. With robotic abrasive processes or finishing, you have to be in constant contact with that surface over a changing geometry. And the parts that we receive sometimes change from piece to piece as well. So there's a lot of variability in the process that's introduced. Humans are very good at adapting to that change in process. They can adapt by applying a little more pressure here, going a little faster there, and adapting to changes in the abrasive product itself as well. So some of the things that need to be included and are misunderstood are around having force management around the abrasive processing to ensure that the right amount of material is removed and the finishing process is consistent. Also, management of abrasive change and abrasive performance change over the life of the abrasive has to be considered. The abrasive is as good as it's going to get out of the box, and it changes from there. So we have to have strategies to make sure we manage that correctly as well.
Yeah, right. Um, so, what's a common mistake maybe that you see manufacturers make when they're automating their grinding and finishing processes, and how could they maybe get this right the first time?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that it's actually a mistake, but maybe an improvement opportunity. So
Yeah.
many people will take a look at their manual processes and automate exactly what they see in their manual processes. So they'll use the same tool, the same abrasive, and the same method. And what we'd recommend is just to take a step back and look at the process and try to understand what might be the best method to optimize the performance of and the throughput of that scenario. Robots have the capability of managing higher capacities, running more consistently, doing things faster. So using tooling that has the capability to optimize performance is sometimes very, very impactful. We may choose to run a belting process with a robot where we typically see a disc being used manually. We may change the operating parameters to use higher forces or more horsepower to get more productivity. And by doing so, we'll not only reduce the labor content, but increase the productivity and the usefulness and the life of the abrasive as well.
How do you help a customer start thinking about outside of the box like that? Like, we've always done it this way. It's hard to kind of reimagine that process, I can imagine, after so many years.
Some of that's through the experience that we've gained over the 35 plus years of dealing with automating robotic processes. But we've got that experience. Others have experience in the industry too, whether it be the end of arm tooling manufacturers, the integrators that have been successfully automating these processes for years, or others in the industry. So I think having a conversation around what the possibilities are with people that have done it before is really helpful to kind of reimagine your abrasive methods and journey in automation.
That's awesome. Absolutely. So, Ian, you've seen 3M for a change over the last 15 years. What excites you most about this next wave of automation, especially when it comes to improving efficiency and consistency?
Yeah, and I think, just being here at Automate this week, there's so much new technology that's always coming out. A lot of the robot manufacturers, the NRM tooling manufacturers, sensors, vision systems, all of that is just really helping. So one of the biggest improvements is just making it easier for robots to be deployed and uh, optimized for these automated abrasive processing applications. So that's definitely one of them. And one of the technology areas that I'm really proud of, from 3M, and actually one of my colleagues, Marcus, presented on it earlier here at Automate, is around our robotic paint repair system and presented with the partnership with General Motors, Fanuc, and Innovision. But that system is just phenomenal. Being able to scan each and every vehicle, identify any microscopic defects that are in the clear coat surface, and then apply a unique abrasive repair process for each and every type of defect, where it's located. It's just mind blowing that all of this is
So
possible.
complex.
So complex, real time,
And it has to be so perfect.
and it has to be perfect. You can't
Yeah.
introduce secondary defects
Right.
or burn through the clear coat.
Right.
And you have to remove each and every defect to result in a flawless paint job at the end of the day when it gets delivered to the customer.
Right. And I mean, you guys are at the cutting edge of these technologies and how they're changing. Um, how do you lead the way? How do you stay inspired? How do you kind of think outside of the box yourselves?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it too is through our partners, right?
Yeah.
We can't do it all ourselves, right? We rely a lot on our system integrators, technology partners, robot partners, and of arm tooling partners. And so, continuing to work with them, coming to events like this and
Yeah.
the Robotic Grinding and Finishing Conference, and just the industry thought leaders
Yeah.
that are going to be talking about the latest trends and innovations. That's really important for us.
What I hear is you're staying close to like what the customer's needs are
Yeah.
too. Not this, let's make the coolest technology that we think is awesome, but what do they actually need done?
And we have a lot of customers that still do a lot of processing, abrasive processing manually, right? That's
Yeah.
still a majority of our business. But what we're seeing is, again, as Dave talked about earlier, right? More and more customers are wanting that productivity, that throughput, the quality, consistency, and by automating, they can ultimately save money on their abrasive spend by automating, because we can be more efficient and we know exactly how our abrasives are going to wear, so we can make sure that they're using all of the abrasive material
Yeah.
before changing to the next disc or the next belt.
And maybe more of your smaller and medium-sized business customers who weren't able to invest in these technologies before are starting to come on board because the prices have gone down for some of these things.
And as I talked a little bit about earlier too, right? It's becoming easier to program the robots and more importantly, deploy the optimal process parameters, right? Which is what Nick was talking about, right?
Right,
So making sure
right.
that we're doing it correctly,
Yeah,
utilizing the benefits of what an automated system can bring to the table
right.
and to generate that improved ROI.
Absolutely. How is 3M helping customers navigate automation as a journey, not just as a technology install?
And this is, our entire team, right? Our application engineers,
Yeah.
but we work closely with system integrators. We work closely with the customer, and then 3M. What we bring to the table is our product and process expertise, and so we'll work with system integrators or the end customer around that overall system design,
Yeah.
so that the system can deliver the process that the customer needs to meet their requirements and generate that ROI on that investment for them.
Absolutely. Well, let's jump into robotic grinding and
Yes.
finishing conference itself. I mean, you kind of set the stage here for us. Automate's this great kind of collaborative meeting of all of these different elements that are involved in the technology. You've got the vision, you've got the motion control, you've got the robots. But at the Robotic Grinding and Finishing Conference, it's kind of just a family event. We're here just to really hone in on this one niche specific industry here. Why do you love the event, and why are you excited to be sponsoring it again this year?
Yeah, maybe Dave.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll start. I mean, for me, I've been at 3M for 25 years, but I'm relatively new to the abrasive business. And so for me, I'm just excited to learn. Like this Automate has been this great exposure to all of these things. And now to dive really deep into just the grinding and finishing space, which is
Yeah.
what I need
Yeah.
to learn the most and get the most exposure in. So for me, it's just a great opportunity to learn and connect with this ecosystem and this family of people that we're all in this together. So for me, it's just a great learning experience, and
And
I'm energized.
I'll just jump in and say, check on the website. There's already an agenda posted.
Yep.
You can check and see who's going to be speaking about what, and find out exactly what you maybe didn't know you needed to learn about robotic grinding and finishing. What would you say about this?
It's all of these have been fun events, and I was involved in one of the first grinding and finishing conferences when it was the RIA back in
Okay.
the late 90s.
Okay.
So they're always fun events. I'd love to be able to show people, what a Minnesota summer day is like. It's not
Beautiful.
this, white barren space that people believe Minnesota is, but further than that, we've got the opportunity to share our customer abrasive method center and the robotic automation that we've been able to develop over the last 35 years,
Yeah.
and where it's come from there and where it is today, with many demos of different processes and applications, including tooling and equipment from our partners that will be on display there as well.
I'm glad that you mentioned that because the CAM Center for short, right? There's tours of your facility there. So is this not just an event at a hotel event center? You actually get to go and see your incredible facilities, and kind of get a really better sense of what we're talking about here.
Correct.
Yeah. And then Ian, what would you say?
Yeah, and then maybe the third part, trying to, Dave and Nick touched on some amazing parts I'm really excited about, but it's also during the week of the 3M Open, which is a PGA golf tournament that is named, 3M's the naming sponsor for that golf tournament.
Yes.
And for anyone who registers for this conference, not only do they have the option to come to 3M Center and see all these robotic abrasive processing demos live to see what's really possible
Yeah.
in front of them, but they also have the option to attend the 3M Open in the 3M Hospitality Suite. Free food, free drinks, right on the 18th green. And this year, we're also bringing automation into the 3M Hospitality Suite.
Oh,
So we're going to have a couple different robotic demos in
awesome.
there. And of course, one of them is going to be abrasive processing. So
Awesome.
got to come to see exactly what we're going to be showcasing in there, but we'll be
Fun.
bringing automation to the 3M Open as well, to really tie these two events together.
golfers, pack your
Yes.
bags. And then one other thing you mentioned is the tabletop exhibits. We already have exhibitors lined up. Many companies are excited to come bring their technologies, how they integrate into this whole ecosystem
Yes.
of tools. And so there's really just going to be a lot there for people to dive
Absolutely.
into.
Yeah, and 3M will have a tabletop at the conference as well.
Great.
And I know there's a lot of other exhibitors and sponsors for the conference part of it.
Yeah.
And we're just really excited to be there and be a part of it, and
Yeah.
really showcase the focus on automated abrasive processing.
And I can only imagine it's been 2 years since we did this event with you. 2023 was the last one. And so how much has changed, in
Yes.
these last 2 years? There's going to be a lot of new cool technologies, new insights in this industry.
And for a sneak peek, I mean, again, you mentioned the agenda on the website,
Yeah.
but you can already see a lot of the topics that are on there, and
Exactly.
the technology is moving so quickly in this space, and
Yeah.
we've got some new cool demos in our lab
Okay.
that we're excited
Okay.
to showcase to everyone.
Excellent.
So we're just really excited for the event, and
Yeah.
hope that everyone registers
That's
and
right.
and comes up to the Twin Cities in July.
Well, it sounds like a lovely place to go in
Yeah.
July. You can go to automate.org/RGFC is the short link, and you can find all the information, register, and show up, and we'll see you there in July. Thank you,
Looking
guys.
forward to it.
All
Thank
right,
you.
we'll
Thank
see you
you.
guys later.
Great.
Thank you.
You may have noticed we've been growing faster, bigger, every year, more industries, more people, more impact. Well, in 2026, we're going back to Chicago. Automate returns to the Windy City with an expanded footprint, more technology, more solutions across more industries. Innovation at scale yet again. Now, for 2027, we have a very special announcement. Las Vegas, a new stage for the future of automation, connections to new customers, a gateway into new markets. Welcome to the next era of Automate. We'll see you there.
All right, folks, welcome back to Automate Live. We're here in the afternoon on Tuesday, and we've got Glen Guernsey, Chief Engineer of JR Automation. Welcome to Automate Live.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Excited to have you here. My name's Chris Luecke. I'm host of the Manufacturing Happy Hour podcast, and that's a little relevant for our first conversation because we want to start off with a little bit about you, your role, and your organization. So let's say you're having a beverage with someone at the Automate Happy Hour after the show wraps up for the day. How do you describe what you and JR Automation do as if you're having a beverage with someone?
Certainly. So, JR Automation, we're a customs automation provider. We're a customs integrator. We don't sell widgets. We don't have anything in a catalog you can get. Most of what we do is a one-off, one-time customized, drawn, or excuse me, built to spec, built to whatever the customer specifications are. What I do at JR Automation is I'm a chief engineer, which chief engineers at JR are subject matter experts. And my area of expertise is warehouse automation, AGVs, and AMRs.
Okay.
So I go around to all the different client sites, all the different possible opportunities. And if it has something to do with any of those subjects, AGVs might be involved, or there might be some warehouse automation. I evaluate and see whether this is a good fit and what way to go, and try to help the clients and point them in the right direction to what it is they need and how we might go about it.
Well, gosh, I could ask a ton of different questions around AGVs, AMRs, warehouse automation specifically, but I'm going to start off with a more general one so you can kind of choose your own adventure. What do you see happening in warehouse automation right now?
The big thing that you're seeing happening in automation, I should say, the most innovative thing that's out there has to do with random SKU palletization, a lot
Okay.
of that. So what they started out with depallet, where they would just take off all of the pallets. So we've had automated palletization for a very long time. There's machines that palletize the widgets when all the boxes are the same. Now, when you now have random SKU, different size boxes coming in, how do you palletize those? And up until recently, with the advances in AI and advances in vision system, this was not something that was easily done. And now there's a whole mess of different robotic systems and vision systems and different ways to tackle this. And AI has become a very big part of it too, to learn how in terms of the palletization and the depalletization. So that's probably the most recent biggest change you've seen in warehouse automation. Conveyors have been around for years. Types of conveyors have been around for years. Types of sorters have been around for years. But what we're sorting may have changed. We've added poly bags a few years back and things like that. And then now with the labor shortage, that's probably the biggest problem that most warehouses are having, is just getting the labor. You need to supplement that with automation. It's doing the things that either they can't get the people to do, or there just isn't people to do, or it's a safety concern and they need to automate a situation or automate something.
Well, I think what you're describing makes a lot of sense. That the first thing that came to mind was random SKU palletization.
Yeah.
The fact that you have the technology from the vision systems as well as ongoing advances in artificial intelligence makes it easier to take on a random assortment of packages, for example, inside of a warehouse. You also talked about AGVs and AMRs, and I'd like to get your take on AMR adoption, because this was, if we look back a decade, something that was on the rise, but it certainly wasn't proven out.
Right.
Now I get the sense it's pretty well proven out, and it's like, don't wait around. Like, this is, you don't need to experiment with this. You really need to start looking at this and implementing AMR solutions within a warehouse. Does that resonate, or what would you add or change to that comment?
So there's different ways to go about any AMR implementation. There's the full on, I want to completely eliminate manual movements, and I just want everything going into the rack, coming out of the rack, going to shipping to be moved by AGVs, AMRs. That's a full, huge system, but you don't have to do all that. There's much simplified, where you might have pickers picking pallets, but then they're taking all that time to drive to over drop off at shipping, drive all the way back, and it's a deadhead. That's a perfect implementation of where an AMR or an AGV could take that pallet, take it to shipping, and come back, or bring the empties back. And then you've got your pickers having more time to pick. So that's kind of where I see a lot of the right now with the AGVs. I think the next thing that we're seeing in a lot of advances in automation is fork style AGVs that can find the pockets. The biggest thing that we're hoping to see major advancements in, right now, there's only a couple of companies that are doing it, is being able to load trucks or unload trucks. Some people can do one or the other. They can't, there isn't anybody really that can do both very, very well. Unless the load is done by an AGV, then the unload can be done by AGVs. So those are still things that are kind of have to be done manually, but I'm seeing advancements in things year after year that are getting us closer to where that can also be automated.
And just to confirm, I understand you correctly, on the fork trucks, you're saying automated where it can find where they need to like insert themselves.
Exactly. So if you've got a pallet that's on the ground, you need to have a fork style pick it up. If you've got a pallet or whatever that you can put onto a stand, you can get a much more affordable platform style AGV to go underneath that, lift it up, and move it around. So when you have to pick it up off the floor or drop it on the floor, as opposed to a stand or a conveyor, then you have to go to a fork style.
Yep. So fork style, as well as loading and unloading. I think that was very important emphasis, that you're kind of seeing one or the other right now. We'll get back into what's coming in warehouse automation, but first, for the present, and I'd say actionable advice for the audience, what are characteristics of successful projects that you see? And we'll get into the pitfalls after this.
I'm glad you asked. So we do a lot. I mean, everybody out there gets RFQs, and somebody will give you a piece of paper and says, here, build this. This is what I want you to build. Give me a price to build this. And they've already figured it out, and this is what they want. The ones that are more successful for us is when the client would come to us and says, here's our problem, or I want to solve this. And we work with them to come up with possible solutions. We go back and forth, and it's not something that you're just building what somebody's already figured out. Don't get me wrong, we do a lot of that, and a lot of those are very successful. But the ones that really make a difference is when you have the partnership and the client comes to you and says, help me solve this. So they would come to us and say, I want to do whatever it is. So some of the things we talked about, I'm trying to load a truck, but I've got these problems with loading. I'm trying to build pallets, and I've got these things. So we work with them to develop a system for them. And we then do a proof of principle, proof of concept if we have to, go through and build an alpha, learn from the alpha, do that at our shop, do that at their floor, then go back and do a beta, maybe several betas, to look at, all right, here's how we're making it better. Here's what we've learned from the alpha. And then we've got a project or a product that is now custom for them, exactly what it is they want, will solve what they want, and they own it. It's theirs. We've done it for them, and we can build as many of them as they need. And that's really where JR shines, is because we have the ability to scale that, to build an enormous amount of these, and support them as they go. So as things change and they want updates and other things like that we can do. So to me, those are the more successful projects than the ones where this just build this.
I want to ask you about some of the things for folks to avoid as well. So what are the pitfalls you see in projects? And I can maybe envision some of these from your last answer, but what are pitfalls you'd caution folks to avoid?
One of the pitfalls that I see all the time is when people do this, they say, okay, we want to build this, or we want to design this. They go out and they find different people will quote on it, and they may go with a supplier that can't scale, can't support. This is a very common thing where you've developed this with a new startup company or a company that's given you great attention, and they've given you great pricing because they're very, very small. Well, they can build you the one, and you test that one, and now you say, hey, that's great. Now let me have 10. they start to have a little problem. And now you say, okay, I need 15 of these things. And now they can't come do that anymore. And then those companies end up going away. And now you've developed a project that you now need to find somebody else to take over and try to build and work with. So I've seen this happen in the industry where the decision on who to go with from the start is made strictly from a dollar versus a partnership question. So you pick the lowest price, but that's generally what you're going to get is the lowest price. You have to keep in mind, do they have the ability to scale? And that's one of the pitfalls that I see a lot of times for larger scale projects, things where you're going to need a lot of these things and you're developing them. Now, if you're building a one-off, this is it, I'm never going to do it again. I understand that. And we compete very well there. But if it's something where you want to make into a much, much larger project, you want somebody who's going to be there for the long haul and be around 10 years from now to still take care of you. And that's where JR really comes into play.
I've got two more quick questions for you. The first one came from one of your last answers. You were talking about how, by the end of your project, you've created a custom solution for the client. How do you balance, customization and not getting into scope creep, if you will, to making sure there's some, let's say, repeatability or at least best practices you're leveraging to ensure that even though it is custom for that client, you're continuing to do things that are well within your expertise, if that makes sense?
I think so. What I'd say is we learn an awful lot. Yes, we do a lot of custom stuff, but we've got guys that know welding. We've got guys that know how to build pallets. We've got guys that know vision system. And even though this might be new to the client, we've done so much of it. So we learn from that. We can't necessarily, if I've developed something for a client, I can't now say, look, I've built this, I can sell this to you too.
Yeah.
But I can say, I can build one for you, but what I've learned from this other one, I don't have to relearn. I don't have to reinvent the wheel. So I can go through and use all that expertise and help them and go at it that way.
You have all these building blocks for these applications that you can, it's almost like you're assembling the solution from some of these fundamental building blocks.
Oh, yeah,
they all
definitely
come together. Well, my last question for you then is looking ahead to the future. And we talked about, bringing together loading and unloading, for example. But what do you see? Maybe paint the picture of the warehouse of the future.
I see there are two main things that you're going to see advances in, and I think we're going to see them fairly quickly too. I think we're going to see major advances in. Number one, we touched on, that was the mixed SKU palletization.
Okay.
There are people out there that do that now, but a lot of that is done with sequencing. So they bring in certain boxes at a certain time and they build it by layers so the layers are similar. When you have a random mixed SKU where it's totally random coming in, we're going to see major advances to be able to do what a human can do and maybe take boxes, move them, put something else in to be able to fit and to build that pallet, if you will, and make a much more utilized pallet. I see that is the number one thing we're going to see happen first. The second thing where I see major advances in is in fluid load and unload of trailers. This is where you've got a trailer, a truck that's loaded up with boxes. There aren't pallets. You're trying to put as much stuff in there as possible. And there are systems out there, but so far, most of those systems are huge, very large things. And I think we're going to see major advances in when we can get these boxes off of a truck or onto that truck in a fluid load fashion. Maybe not be uniform, but be well utilized and find some automation that can do it that way. I think those are the two major things that are going to make a major difference in the world of automation and at warehouses.
Well, Glenn, I appreciate you taking us through the present and the future of warehouse automation in this conversation. For everyone out there, we'll be back with more Automate Live very soon.
You may have noticed we've been growing faster, bigger, every year, more industries, more people, more impact. Well, in 2026, we're going back to Chicago. Automate returns to the Windy City with an expanded footprint, more technology, more solutions across more industries. Innovation at scale yet again. Now, for 2027, we have a very special announcement. Las Vegas, a new stage for the future of automation, connections to new customers, a gateway into new markets. Welcome to the next era of Automate. We'll see you there.
All right, folks, welcome back to Automate Live. My name is Chris Luecke, host of Manufacturing Happy Hour, and we are joined by Francis of the Taiwan External Trade Development Council. Welcome, Francis.
Hello, everyone.
Great to have you here, and we are here to talk about all things manufacturing in Taiwan. So I'll start off with a general question. What would you say are the unique strengths of the manufacturing industry in Taiwan? Or what would you, applications, industries that you're really focused on? Give us just the general overview first.
Okay, so I think people know like Taiwan can be called as a AI island. So TSMC, most people must have heard about that. So now it's an AI age, and also everything is going automatic. So it's like, I mean, if you want to go to the future, especially for the future manufacturing, you cannot do without Taiwan. So that's one of the key strengths, like Taiwanese companies have. Like we leverage all these AI technologies, and also Taiwanese companies are being very flexible and also like working very hard. And also, we actually been working with, I mean, partner with all over the world. So it's like, yeah, working with Taiwan is like it's an ideal partner.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the U.S. Yeah.
Great examples. I haven't heard Taiwan described as an AI island up until this point, but I think that's a very modern, relevant way to describe it, especially as you mentioned. Folks are very familiar with TSMC, for
Yeah.
example, not only their presence there, but just worldwide as well. Well, and my next question is really around, I think this has a lot of current event implications as well. What makes Taiwan a great manufacturing partner for companies worldwide, as well as specifically here in the U.S. as well?
Okay. So I mean, for Taiwanese company like not only, of course, not only TSMC, we have also like lots of co-robust companies. So if you have time, you can just visit our stand 2646. You'll be able to see lots of robotic company and also the AIoT. And I would also like to mention, like, especially in manufacturing, because I mean now like in a factory, it's not like all human being to work. It's all like machines. So safety is a key issues. And one of our exhibitors, the name is Touche Solution. He has a technology called T-Skin. So robots with Touche's products like the skin on their robots, increase the safety, and it doesn't affect the efficiency of the robots. So when people have to work with the machines, and you don't want to get hurt by the robots, and once like when you get very close to the machine with the T-skin, it automatically stopped. And that solution has been used in many companies here.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know whether it's okay for me to name, I mean, to give out their names, but I would say like all the company you'll be able to see lots of them are their partners.
Well,
Yeah.
it sounds like it's an extensive list, so I would
Yeah.
certainly encourage folks to visit your booth.
Yeah,
as
please
part of
please
this.
come. Yeah, we still have 2 days coming.
Yeah.
So yeah, please come to our booth.
Well,
Yeah.
another thing I'd like to talk about is collaborative opportunities. What are
Yeah.
the type of collaborative opportunities you're looking for with other manufacturers, especially as in this day and age, many manufacturers are reimagining and
Yeah.
reconstructing their supply chains
Yeah.
in a lot of ways. What are the type of collaborative opportunities you're looking for and that manufacturers should be looking for?
Okay, so for Taiwanese company, we used to like to sell our solutions and also our products, but now it's like we are looking for the cooperation opportunities. So it's like because we have not only the manufacturing power, but we also have the knowledge, and we like to cooperate with the. I mean, we can do the research or development together, design the products together, and also manufacturing together.
Okay.
So yeah, so that can bring up my next next topic is like we are going to organize a Taiwan Expo USA, and where you get to see lots of Taiwanese solutions and also company who are seeking for cooperation opportunities and also invest and buying American products. Yeah. And can I say the the event will be happening in August, from August 14 to 16 this year in Dallas. Yeah, and you can just Google Taiwan Expo USA. You get to see all the information. And also, if you are like in IT industry, Computex is coming in 1 or 2 weeks in Taiwan, and there you get to see like the um, AMD and also Jensen from NVIDIA, all the tech company, like world leading tech company, will be in Taipei. So yeah, folks, if you are interested in in working with Taiwan, especially in AI industry, then yeah, visit us in Taiwan. Or if you cannot make a trip to Taiwan, then visit Dallas. I mean, I know it's gonna be very warm in August, but we will be indoor, so no worry about that. Yeah. Okay.
Well, we'll come back around to the two events here in a second because I want to make sure folks know that's the clear call to action at the end of this conversation. I hope some people have already marked their calendars. What I love about what you said about the collaborative opportunities, you mentioned, Taiwan has had a reputation for selling solutions and products, but now you're really looking for opportunities to manufacture together to make it more of a collaborative discussion.
Yeah.
Before we get to the end of this interview, I have to ask: is that I need to understand what that bear is as well? So
you mean the Taiwan accents and the bear?
Yeah.
Yeah, the bear is actually the Q staff who help us to promote Taiwanese products.
All right.
And I would like to especially mention Taiwan Excellence. It's actually a world program established by the Taiwan's Ministry of Economic Affairs. But they entrust us, like Taiwan External Trade Development Council, to carry out this program. And with this program, we encourage like Taiwanese companies to enter the program, submit their products, their new product every year. And we check out like their research and development, design, and also the quality, the product quality, and also how they market themselves. So those products who have been selected can be put the Taiwan Excellence logo. So whenever you visit the show, you see them carry out this logo, or you visit like not only the show in the US, but the show like we will have a show, we will participate in a show in Bangkok next month, and also even more coming in the Europe, like in different continentals. As soon as in the professional trade fair, you saw the products or company carry the Taiwan accent. That means the most innovative and best products selected by Taiwanese government. And you can trust the quality. Yeah.
So now you know how to identify, let's say, some of the top products from Taiwan.
Yeah.
As the final call to action, you mentioned two events coming up. You have the Compute Expo, which is in a couple weeks in Taiwan, correct?
Computex.
Computex.
Yeah.
Computex. Then you also have the Taiwan Expo USA, which is in August in Dallas, correct?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So we are looking forward to seeing you guys, not only in Taipei, Taiwan, but also in Dallas.
Well, excellent. Yeah. Well, regardless of where you are in the world, you basically have both sides of the world covered if you want to connect with the Taiwan External Trade Development Council and Taiwan manufacturers. Francis, thanks so much for taking the time.
Can I mention like in the U.S. market we have 5 offices.
Okay.
So just search for Taiwan Trade Center. If you are in the Midwest, then you can search for the Taiwan Trade Center Chicago. Just contact them So without the time difference, you can get the quickest response, and also they can help to connect with Taiwanese companies. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, thank you for that last edition. So 5 offices here in the U.S. With that, we'll be back for more on Automate Live really soon. Francis, thanks so much for jumping on.
Thank you so much, Chris. Yeah. Thank you.
See you soon.
See you soon. Hope.
You may have noticed we've been growing faster, bigger. Every year, more industries, more people, more impact. Well, in 2026, we're going back to Chicago. Automate returns to the Windy City with an expanded footprint, more technology, more solutions across more industries. Innovation at scale yet again. Now, for 2027, we have a very special announcement. Las Vegas, a new stage for the future of automation, connections to new customers, a gateway into new markets. Welcome to the next era of Automate. We'll see you there.
We have a new SCARA that launched last year, so we're still promoting that one. But this year in specific, we're actually launching our integrator program. So we want to work more directly with integrators throughout the US and Europe. And that's something we'll be promoting at the show.
That is excellent. I'm a systems integrator myself, and I'm actually very interested in this program. And I'm curious what the program would offer to integrators as far as, say, training.
Yeah, so there's going to be a free advanced training for integrators as well, most likely up in Montreal.
Awesome.
So you could come up there. Also, we want to just work closely, make sure that there's no hurdles for integrators. So when our customers request to work with our robots, that there's nothing scary about our robots, right? There's some integrators that are still not familiar that A, we exist, and B, that our robots are actually quite easy to integrate and deploy as well.
So we were talking about just how light these robots are.
Yeah.
So before I actually get to that, let's talk about the payload and the reach for these guys.
So the rated payload is 500 grams. The max payload is up to about 1 kilogram. We have a repeatability of 5 microns at the rated payload as well. And the reach is 330 millimeters on the 6-axis robot. Yeah.
So when we were talking about the reach being a little bit small, but that not being so much of an issue for you guys, because how much does this robot actually weigh?
So the total weight of the robot is about 4.5 kilograms, which means you could really easily mount it on a linear axis and move it around.
Right.
And then, because a lot of the applications that we work with are high precision, these linear axes or guides can be, 1 micron in terms of repeatability. So you still have a package that has a lot of range, but is very precise.
So the other thing that I think is an interesting possibility is being that the robot is less than 5 kilograms. It's totally possible to mount this robot to still another robot. And
yes, I mean, I haven't seen deployed applications of this, but we've seen a lot of trade shows where our robots mounted to the end of a FANUC, for instance, as well. So then you have a 12 degrees of freedom robot, which is interesting to see.
Well, I would love to use a 12 degree of freedom robot to do things like inspect hard to see things and just get into harder to reach places really with a small tool. But outside of that type of application, what are some ideal applications for a Meccademic robot?
There's really 3 big industries that we work with. Medical device is probably one of our biggest ones. I mean, they have a lot of tiny parts. They have a lot of high volume production as well. Then we do a lot of consumer device. So anything that you're wearing or is on you, so your phone, tablet, wearables, AR, VR goggles. This is some of the core of what we do. Another big industry that's coming up is optics. So we do a lot of optics and photonics in terms of optical alignment. So laser manufacturing. So we work with SpaceX, for instance, on some of their laser communications as well. So we do have, those are the core industries, but we do some automotive, but mostly, testing for touch screens or steering buttons, window buttons as well. So a lot of automotive testing on the electronic sides or connectors, for instance. There's also watchmaking in Switzerland. Again, small, tiny parts. That's what we're specialists in. Yeah.
So this 5 micron repeatability is pretty big.
Yeah.
We were just discussing outside the booth that you guys, most of the time when we're talking robots, we talk about repeatability, pose repeatability, but we don't always see accuracy because there's some things involved there. But you were describing to me that Meccademic actually can cite an accuracy, and it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, so we've been developing something for the last couple of years. So as we're very good in repeatability, 5 microns, but a lot of our customers, especially in optics, they requested high accuracy applications. And because the robot is so small, we're actually able to place it into a CMM machine, do our measurements, and do a standard off-the-shelf accuracy calibration, which means that we're able to get around 100 microns of global accuracy in the robot's workspace. And that's something that's basically off the shelf. So when a customer orders it, they're able to check mark it. So it's not as tedious as, having to do it on site with laser systems. So we're able to compete well with that. Yeah.
So as we increase payload, because you were telling me that it's rated for 0.5 kilogram, but it can go up as high as
1 kilo.
1 kilogram?
Yeah.
And how does that affect the overall
so
repeatability?
we're going to have a better warm-up time for the robot in terms of trying to get to that 5 microns. So it's going to be maybe closer to 10 microns with the kilo.
Okay.
But that's after a little bit of a warm-up. So it's like anything else. If you put something heavy, there's more deformation in the product. So
Right.
we have to compensate for that.
So even as you double the payload, your
We could still
repeatability is still at 10 micron.
It's still very good. It's better than what a lot of people need.
So if I were to start this integrator program with you guys, and I have a customer that wants to use one of these right away, and I'm struggling with it, you guys have support in place?
So especially with our advanced training, we're also actually going to help you how to optimize it in precision applications. So we have a good team. We have people who are really experts in precision applications who have worked with the optics industry and electronics, and they're able to guide our integrators into how to best use our robots for these tasks.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And I know a lot more about PLC than I know about robots. And I was in your booth once, and you had, I think, the record for like the most robots in a booth. But I also saw like you were spinning little signs of all the different protocols that you could connect with. Can you talk about like the history of that and like how many protocols you can support now?
Yeah. So when the robot was first developed, we actually just had TCP/IP, so it was very easy to use with Python and C# and LabVIEW software protocols mostly. We also very quickly came up with EtherCAT. We worked closely with Beckhoff on that. And then we found out, well, the majority of the US customer base uses Allen Bradley. So to work with them, we developed Ethernet IP. And then same thing, as we've expanded in Germany, we had to develop Profinet. Now, the difference is that every single robot that we sell natively supports these 4 protocols. So it's just a software command to change which one you're using. So there's no additional packages or anything that you have to get to be able to use it with them.
Very cool. And then what is that record for that amount of robots? Because there were a lot, at least 2 years ago.
I think we had something like 40 robots in our booth. Yeah, we've scaled it down a little since then, because that was a bit tedious to program all of them for a trade show.
I bet. I can't imagine.
But it was definitely fun. Yeah, we had 40 robots in our booth. Yeah.
So I'm curious, do you guys have kind of like an ecosystem for the end-of-arm tooling, or do you have a lot of partners that create tooling that's doesn't eat into that payload?
Yeah, so when we started, it was harder to find partners. Now there's more and more smaller components. So we work with Shunk on our gripping technology, for instance. So we have a partnership with them on our very compact gripper. We work with Boda sensors in terms of the force control. Same with ATI, we work with them as well. There's a lot. If you go on our website, there's a few that we could refer you to. We have tool changes from Cosmec, for instance, as well, that they make very small ones that fit our robot very well. And then there's other accessories we could find in terms of, I know Atlas Copco makes small screwdrivers that fit very well with our robots. There's quite a few.
Can you talk about the you have a new SCARA? Because like typically you had the 6-axis micro robot, industrial robot, but when did you come out with the SCARA, and then what are the specs on that? Like how fast? I imagine it's very fast.
So yes, the SCARA is made more for some more simple, faster pick and place applications. So the goalpost tests were about 0.42 seconds on that one. So it's faster than the Mecha 500 and some 6-axis robots as well.
What is that thing called? The SCARA?
So it's the MCS 500.
Okay.
Yes. And it's also actually I think the world's only symmetrical SCARA. I call it symmetrical, but it's basically the only SCARA that could be mounted both on a table and upside down without any hardware change.
Wow.
And when you mount it upside down, you actually get the full 360 of work area under it. And the main reason we built the SCARA, there was a lot of our customers, they love the Mecha 500, but they didn't need the 6-axis. They were just doing simpler pick and place, but they love the compact packaging, the form factor. There's a lot of integrators also that actually requested it. And we're mostly competing against integrators designing, their custom Cartesian systems. So, they have a lot of engineering time to do 3 axes and another rotation. So a lot of our competition is actually custom designed Cartesian systems. And that's where we fit in with our Mecha and SCARA.
I mean, you're probably a lot more flexible than that custom designed thing.
Yeah, exactly.
You can redeploy that robot to do other tasks.
Exactly. So you could use it for one task one day, you could change it around. A lot of our software is included, the protocols are all included. And we're like what we've noticed is we're one of the few robots that are used in both process development, so R&D teams with the company, and then actually deployed in production, because the R&D teams, they're just using Python and whatever else that they need to use it, and then they're deploying it with Ethernet IP, for instance. So.
Okay. Is there more than one size of the 6-axis, or is it just one standard size?
Right now, there's just one size of the 6-axis, but we have other projects in the works as well.
Cool,
but
cool.
we're not. Our niche is really compact, high precision robots. So we're not necessarily going to be making a 5 kilo, 10 kilo robot anytime soon.
Makes sense. What about, you told me about sleeves. Like what kind of,
So we have, I mean, there's dust-proof sleeves that you could get for the robot. You could also get like an IP65 rated sleeve if you want to put it in like a machining center. A lot of our robots are actually mounted inside of machines. So if you're thinking of like a laser marker, for instance, our robot could be actually inside the laser marking machine. So you could put a pallet of parts, it picks up the part, marks it in different orientation, puts it back. And that same thing with like loading small CMM machines, small machining centers.
so small?
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie, you blew my mind out there when you were talking about putting it inside a CMM.
Yeah.
Just the fact that it can go inside of the machine that it's tending versus other robots that have to sit outside the machine and reach into it. Some of these machines, that we were talking about are for medical device. And you had mentioned that it's already kind of a fairly clean robot. Is there anything specific that has to happen to this robot for like clean room or things like that? Or it's already pretty...
The Mecha 500 has actually had it rated by Fraunhofer, so every single robot off the line is ISO 6 level compatible, and that depends how you use it. So that's just the base level. So depending on how you move the robot, most of the particles are generated by the last joint spinning at full capacity. So if you're not doing that, you could meet certain levels like ISO 4, for instance. So we've met most medical device requirements on that.
So this is not a collaborative robot, even though it's small. What can you talk about safety and the guarding like that's required for that?
So, we focus the robot as an industrial robot. It is sort of, I would say, safe by design a little bit because it's, we don't use a lot of power. Our robot's using around 30 watts.
Wow.
Because of the design of the robot, it's still an industrial robot. And we also focus on high precision applications where collaborative robots don't always fit in, right? So they're usually less precise. We're very small micro industrial robots. That's where we fit in.
I imagine the risk assessment looks like the robot falls if you overload it.
One of the highest risks with the robot is actually carrying it because you could drop it on your toe. So that's what they pointed out to us. But you are able to stop the robot by hand if it's going. We're monitoring the torque on all the joints. So like early UR robots are the same thing. But in general, we're not promoting it as collaborative. This is a fully industrial, high precision, high speed robot.
Right. And it's application specific now. We don't call the robots collaborative.
Oh yeah.
It's a power and force limited robot, right? And you said it's a 30, I'm making sure I understood you right. That's you said 30 watt robot?
So during normal operation, it'll spike maybe to around 75, 100 watts during acceleration.
Right.
But in general, it doesn't take much more than a laptop.
That's what I was just thinking. My laptop and my computer monitor draw more power than that. That's pretty insane. Okay. Do you have any systems like that running off of, say, battery power? Because
we've had that. Battery backups are very easy to do with the robots as well. So, for any integrator, I always recommend to have a battery backup for the system.
Yeah.
We work with a lot of very sensitive parts. So you want to make sure that if there's a power failure, you still have enough time for the robot to go and drop the part wherever it needs to be dropped. We've had battery applications. We don't put them on AMRs as much just because the reach is not there to pick up packaging. But there's some other applications that we've done.
When you talk about you said that you're using them in labs. What kind of things are they doing in these labs?
So part of our market is actually lab automation as well. So not so much for automate, but we are handling, microplates, dispensers. Again, our robot is simple enough that, the scientists in these labs are not intimidated by it as much as they would be by a much more bigger robot with a separate controller, with a lot of, let's say old school programming ways. So for us, they're able to integrate it with most of their software is in C#, I think. So they're able to integrate it very easily with their software.
What does that development environment look like? Because do you guys have a teach pendant, or do you have to connect to it through a laptop?
No, so really the robot is the robot itself. The controller is in the base of the robot.
Okay.
We have a small power supply that comes with it. Now, we have a web interface, which we call the Mecha portal, which runs inside of that controller. So any PC or laptop that you could connect to it is basically your teach pendant at that point. And then after that, you could integrate that same code with your own Python. We have a Python API, but you could use your own. There's C# driver that you could use, or C++, or you could program everything on the PLC side as well with the industrial protocols.
Or make an HMI your teach pendant.
I was just going to say that you speak all the protocols, so theoretically I could use that HMI.
And there's a lot of integrators that prefer it that way, that all of the control is on the PLC side, and in some ways it becomes like a 6-axis positioner. And we are doing all the motion control and the kinematics, so you don't need any complicated PLC to run it. So very base level PLCs could control multiple robots.
Are you guys, do you already have, or are you thinking about putting out like, modules for these, like what are they called, AOIs, like on
Rockwell?
There's already out?
Yeah,
okay.
so
Okay.
Nice.
We're very open, so if you go on our website, you don't even need to log in right now, so just download the AOIs, try it out.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so
we have examples for a good 10 different PLCs, I would say. We have Omron and both Ethernet IP and EtherCAT. We have Beckhoff and Schneider, even Codesys, Allen Bradley, obviously.
Okay.
Quite a few.
Interesting. If I had a project and I wasn't sure if the Mecha was the right fit for it, do you guys have a program where an integrator can borrow one for a week or so and experiment with it?
Absolutely. So we do have a loan program. We also have very highly discounted units as part of this integrator program that they could use internally for POCs. And they usually like it because it's also good for trainings. It's portable. I mean, you could take it in your carry-on if you really want. So, So we're going to work with integrators as much as we can. There's some tests that we could do on our side as well in terms of proof of concepts if they need to, if they need some assistance, testing a specific process.
So for those of us that are definitely interested in this integrator program, how can we get in touch with you?
So one way is through our website, but since you guys are at Automate, booth 4800, and we're actually having a happy hour today from 3 to 5 specifically for integrators, hot dogs and beers if you guys want to stop by.
I'll go for a hot dog. And for those of our audience that maybe aren't at Automate, how else can they get in touch with you?
So either through our website, there's an integrator program, just say contact us, and it goes to me mostly. You can also contact me on LinkedIn as well.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate your time. I'm a robot nut, and I think you guys have a really cool product. And
Thank you so much.
I appreciate
Thanks a lot,
talking
Stan.
to you about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You may have noticed we've been growing faster, bigger, every year, more industries, more people, more impact. Well, in 2026, we're going back to Chicago. Automate returns to the Windy City with an expanded footprint, more technology, more solutions across more industries. Innovation at scale yet again. Now, for 2027, we have a very special announcement. Las Vegas, a new stage for the future of automation, connections to new customers, a gateway into new markets. Welcome to the next era of Automate. We'll see you there.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to Automate Live. My name is Chris Luecke, host of Manufacturing Happy Hour. I'm joined by my co-host for this conversation, Nikki Gonzalez.
Hey.
And we have Raymond Corp here for this discussion. We've got Brian Darling and Sean Donahue, product manager and product marketing manager, respectively, for automation. And given your areas of expertise, I feel like this is the only appropriate first question. How do you identify what to automate first when you're looking at your operation? There are plenty of things you could do, but what should you do?
That's a good question. And that's one we get asked a lot. And there really is no clear answer to that, because one of the things we really try to preach is that you don't want to just dive into automation until you're ready for it. But you want to make sure your operation has been optimized. If you're not optimized and you dive right into automation, all it's going to do is expose your weak areas elsewhere, and you're not going to get the full benefit of the automation. So we want to optimize first, and we want to start studying the data. We want to use telematics. We want to use other methods of analyzing what's really going on in your facility so we can identify those weak areas and further optimize. At that point, we can identify what's best to automate, and then we'll select the right equipment for that particular process.
Sean, what would you add?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really Raymond's philosophy, that whole optimize, connect, then automate. Because once you really dive into your operation and you have, a really lean process, and you're collecting data on it, and you can really measure the ROI that you're going to get out of automation, then you can actually, determine, what's going to bring the most value to your operation.
Yeah, automating a bad process, I've heard, is kind of like investing in a very, very expensive quality inspection system, because what it does is expose all of the problems in your process.
Exactly.
If you try to automate a bad process, it's not going to get you where you want to go. So I love that, setting the groundwork for really understanding where you're going to get that ROI out of.
Yeah, it's just going to magnify whatever process you apply it to. So if it's a bad process, you're going to magnify the inefficiency of it.
Do you always end up automating the process the way that it originally was, or do you identify those areas and maybe change the process a little bit before you automate?
Exactly. You want to really try to optimize what you're doing to get the most benefit out of the automation.
Yeah. And so for us, that means going in and looking at a customer's facility and like asking the big question of, is this really set up in the optimal way, or are there other things that we can do before we even touch automation?
Absolutely.
Paint the picture of what happens when an organization embraces automation. And this could be from a technology or productivity standpoint, or it could be from a culture and a human aspect.
Well, from the human aspect is so critical with automation. From the standpoint that people hear about automation, robots, I'm going to lose my job. You can't view it that way. Automation is so important for keeping companies competitive, for keeping jobs, and it provides opportunities so that those people can do more value-added activity instead of simply moving product from A to B. Let the robots do that simple stuff. You do more complex stuff that we need your mind for. Let's utilize those people in higher value activities. So bringing the people along in the automation process is really critical, not from the standpoint of just buy-in, but also so they understand and can contribute to the implementation.
Yeah, I mean, you really do need buy-in from the people that are working in the facilities that you're bringing automation to, because they can only help make it better, right? That's a big thing that we look to, is continuous improvement and, taking feedback from people who are on the ground. They're like working alongside automation. So being open to that feedback, it only improves the end result.
What are some of the biggest gains you've seen from your customers that have implemented automation in this right way, right? Is it attracting a better workforce, or producing more because they've become more competitive?
Well, it's productivity, it's accuracy, less product damage. The automation is going to do the same thing, exactly the same every time. But until the point where your systems are optimized where they are the same every time, that's where you'll fall down. but the gains, just in the productivity and accuracy and the savings you get from that are where we really see the benefits.
Absolutely.
In manufacturing and automation and the industrial world in general, we talk about the importance of having a talent ecosystem, a partner ecosystem. Let's dive into, let's say, partners in technology. How do you select the right partners? How do you select the right tech to ensure long-term success?
Well, you have to, when you're picking the right partner, you got to pick somebody who's going to be there at the beginning and the middle. So at the beginning, when you're assessing the process, the middle, when you're implementing the whatever automation or whatever solution you're talking about, and is going to be there continuing on, giving training, helping your workforce become comfortable with the solution, and then helping to continue it to improve it as over time. You also have to find somebody who is aligned with your business objectives. So, somebody who's going to take the time to really dig in and, help you achieve more, help you achieve that faster ROI. And then, when you're winning, they're winning as well.
Yeah. Automation is definitely not one of those set it and forget it. I bought a machine. I'm going to turn it on now. It's going to run for the next 30 years. It's really a continuous process.
It really is.
And so you need that partnership to be long-term to really reap those benefits. And I assume also if they become more competitive, they start producing more, they start hiring more, they probably need more automation as they go and they grow their capacity, right?
And we really view it as a consultancy opportunity. I mean, if someone's interested in automation, we're going to talk to you about it, but it may be that you're not ready for automation. And we're more than happy to sell you a traditional forklift to do what you need to do. I mean, that's our mainstay. We've been building forklifts for 100 years, but we also do automation and we're quite good at it. And we'd like to steer you in that direction. But if you're not ready, we'll work with you to get you to that point.
Yep. Wherever you are in your automation journey.
I think that's really important too, because some companies, when they really only produce one thing, if they don't have that partnership mindset, that ecosystem mindset, and the long-term mindset, they may be willing to just sell you their tool for no matter whether it's the best fit for your problem or not.
Exactly.
And that typically results in these outcomes that actually don't work and gets people kind of a bad name for automation, right?
Yeah.
I like the path we're going down because you mentioned the comment that, hey, there are probably some steps you need to take. Maybe that's some consultancy in order to be ready for automation. But let's take it a step further as we get into some actionable advice here in this conversation. How does one get started with automation?
Well, I mean, I think it's really going back to the very beginning of your operation and your process, and like really asking the tough questions of, we've been doing this for years. Is this the right way to be doing this? And, really assessing your operation from back to front and looking to improve it. Once you're there, then there's, the next step is embracing technology. A lot of companies, they're not even there yet to the point where they want to adopt any kind of telematic solution or data collection. So just becoming familiar and embracing technology are some of the first two steps you can do.
How do you get them to embrace that technology? I think that's probably the biggest action, right? Because we can talk, we want to make sure that when folks are bringing in, that there's that buy-in. We've kind of talked about some of this, but what would you say is the most critical action a leader inside of a facility can take in order to get their team to get on board with new technology or the fact that new technology is on its way?
I would say involve your people.
Yeah.
Don't just force it down their throats. Get them involved, get them learning, let them see the benefits early on, make them a part of the solution.
And I bet your history, right? Like you said, you've been making forklifts for 100 years. I'm sure you made them in a very manual way.
Absolutely.
At first. And then you clearly embraced automation and then transformed your product lines as well to be able to offer automation to your customers. Do you feel like that kind of personal story of your business and your business evolving can help those customers see that roadmap?
Well, I think very much so. You know, and in addition to that, we certainly embrace the lean philosophies of the Toyota organization,
Yeah.
and our all of our dealerships are equipped to be able to teach our customers those philosophies if they aren't already doing that. And that's part of that initial optimization that I spoke of.
Yeah.
You know, we want to make sure that our customers are running lean and that they're utilizing these philosophies and not having a lot of waste in their operation to begin with. So that's part of that overall scheme of getting our customers operating efficiently and getting ready for automation.
Absolutely.
And we're able to sort of lean on that reputation of Toyota and that the lean philosophy, and everybody knows that makes a difference in
Yeah.
business operations.
Yeah.
Like it's not something that we made up. It gets real results.
And you can lead by example, and you're not only selling and talking about it, you're doing it yourself,
Yes,
which I
Yeah.
think speaks
yes.
volumes.
Absolutely.
Our customers are always welcome to come and see our operation to witness the benefits in real time of what it can provide.
Yeah. What was it? Was it this last year was like 1 million kaizens?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, that's
yeah.
Oh,
correct.
wow.
So that was a big deal when that happened in our company.
Very cool. That's a
And
milestone right there.
and that's that's everybody is able to contribute.
Yeah.
Anybody on the production line, anybody in the office.
It's that
So
philosophy of continuous improvement. I mean, you just can't stay with the status quo, right? It's a competitive world. You got to keep improving in every which way. So,
So if people want to come see that operation, where is it located?
So our factory is located in Greene, New York, just north of Binghamton. But we also have another facility in Muscatine, Iowa, and then obviously the main Toyota material handling factory in Columbus.
It's incredible because I think sometimes we talk about all these concepts and we see demos, but then seeing it in real life in a facility, I think can make a big difference in kind of bridging that gap between maybe owners that really haven't seen what the end result of something like this could be.
yes.
Yeah.
Speaking of the end result, you were talking about one of the first criteria being you want to see someone that's running lean. You're not looking to automate a bad process, and then you get into automation. What does it look like when you start to scale that automation strategy? Paint that picture as well. We talked about just getting started, but then what does the next step look like after that?
Well, ideally, I'd say, a customer's introduced automation, they're reaping new efficiencies from that, their business is expanding. Now it's time to scale. So how do we do that? If we've already got a system in place, sometimes it's as simple as adding more automated vehicles to that same system, which is very easy to do within limits, of course. I mean, there are space constraints and all that you have to consider.
Yeah.
But additionally, you would look at other operations within that same facility of where you can also have additional automation and maybe some other form factor that may be required, just depending on what they're producing, what they're moving, how it needs to fit in.
Yeah, and I think another important aspect is that as you scale, you also have flexibility to adjust,
Yeah.
right? And that's really important when you're talking about like seasonal volume changes or the business is just growing.
So as we wrap up, where's the best spot to connect with you, either here at the show or afterwards after the show wraps?
Right, we are in booth 3641 here at Automate, and then you can also find us at RaymondCorp.com.
All right.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, Brian, Sean, appreciate having you both on this conversation. We'll be right back with more from Automate Live really soon.
You may have noticed we've been growing faster, bigger, every year, more industries, more people, more impact. Well, in 2026, we're going back to Chicago. Automate returns to the Windy City with an expanded footprint, more technology, more solutions across more industries. Innovation at scale yet again. Now, for 2027, we have a very special announcement. Las Vegas, a new stage for the future of automation, connections to new customers, a gateway into new markets. Welcome to the next era of Automate. We'll see you there.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back to Automate Live. My name is Maureen Frost, and I'm from A3. And today I have Liam Wilby with me, who is with us. He is the senior series developer from BBC StoryWorks. So welcome. Thanks for being with us today,
Thanks
Liam.
for having me.
Yeah, so can you tell us a little bit more about what BBC StoryWorks is?
Sure, yeah. So BBC StoryWorks Studios is the massive organization that oversees really anything global that happens at the BBC. So obviously BBC in the UK, and then BBC Studios is the global arm. It's also the creative, international, and commercial arm of the BBC. And what we do at BBC StoryWorks is we make online documentary series, documentary style series that explore really some of those topics that have within them the biggest challenges facing humanity at the moment, but within which there are lots of really interesting solutions, for example. And so those topics are in really, really broad different areas, but they often sit within kind of 4 or 5 different kind of themes, if you like. So we do a lot in health, in technology, like here, in climate and environment, and also things like infrastructure as well. What we do at BBC StoryWorks is we always partner with a major association or an industry organization that's working in that space to help us to tell those stories. So over the last kind of 5 years, we've worked with organizations like the WHO Foundation, the World Wildlife Fund, the Consumer Tech Association, Partnership on AI, and now A3. And that's why we're here, and we're working with you guys to make this series.
Yeah, we're super excited to be working with you and bringing these stories to a larger audience. And actually, right now, we are going to watch the trailer, so we can get that cued.
I believe connection is at the center of human experience.
And technology solutions can address that.
The best uses of tech are when they bring people together, when they share information, and when they're creating meaning and impact.
Behind every piece of tech is human creativity.
Technology and innovation is woven through the fabric of human experience.
And helps with some of the challenges we face.
It is revolutionizing the field of care by filling gaps in order to support us in the best way.
It's like traveling with a doctor in your pocket.
With the rise of artificial intelligence, it's more important than ever to teach computer science in schools.
Well, yes, you.
Because AI is going to change everything about our lives.
Automation, robotics, and AI are the tools that can help us do more with less.
It's not about replacing us.
Embracing technology can give us more time to do what we love, to create, to connect, to grow.
Technology doesn't slow me down. It does keep me going.
The future isn't a distant dream, it's happening right now.
And I'm really excited about it.
The old and the new come together in a brand new way is absolutely mind-blowing. It is beautiful.
Welcome to the age of automation.
Okay, great. So the series is called Age of Automation. Can you tell us a little bit more about it?
Yeah, absolutely. So the Age of Automation, it's a branded content series produced by BBC StoryWorks for A3, as well as the kind of content partners. And those partners will come from predominantly A3's networks, the people who are here at the event today. Essentially, what we're trying to do with the series is really just bring those human stories of automation to our global audiences on bbc.com, but also beyond. The reason for that really is that so I've been walking around this conference hall for the last kind of 48 hours and just seeing all this amazing different technology, and the impact of that technology is really, really important, but that's communicating that step, which is vital for making sure that we continue to explore what automation can do for us. And so what we're trying to do is just really bring those human stories that really show not just what that technology is, but what the technology is doing. And so that's the kind of overarching aim for the series. What we do is we'll produce somewhere in the region of about 12 to 15 short films, each with a different partner, just exploring some of those solutions with it that automation is providing, but which are solving challenges that go beyond just factories, for example. Of course, that will be part of it.
Yep.
But also thinking about, what is the role in terms of the environment, the environmental challenges we have, what is the impact in health, what is the impact in agriculture, all these sorts of different areas. So broadly, that's what we'll be doing. And there are 3 kind of key thematic areas that we're gonna focus on. They are very briefly an industrial transformation, a healthy world, and a resilient future. And then each of those chapters basically represents a kind of thematic bucket within which we'll put each of the stories. And each of those is covered by a kind of guiding question, if you like. So I'll go through this very quickly. But so the first is an industrial transformation. And we're going to ask, how has automation transformed from just kind of the mechanization of very simple tasks to the creation of a really kind of human robot workforce? So that's the first one, an industrial transformation. A resilient future, which is where we're going to ask, how is automation contributing to a more environmental and socially resilient world, whilst also, addressing its own emissions, for example. So that's the second. And then finally, a healthy world. We're just going to look at all the ways in which automation is helping health systems across the globe, basically just improve health and improve global health. So those are the kind of three areas that we're going to be looking at. And again, what we're doing is we're currently collecting all these different stories that will kind of go into those different buckets. The series then will all be launched on a hub site on bbc.com. That'll be the Age of Automation series. And people can go on there. They can watch one episode. They can binge watch all kind of 12, 15. And it'll just be promoted across bbc.com and kind of beyond.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you for sharing that. I think it's so important to connect the technology with actually the solutions and how it's going to help our world. And I think that that's maybe the disconnect. Like we're here, we're amongst all of the people that actually work in the tech, but the people that don't necessarily know it. And this is a great way to show them how it can help their lives, how it's going to impact them and impact our world. So it's really awesome, and we're very happy to be partnering with the BBC and telling these stories. So can you tell us a little bit more of some of the stories that you'll be covering in the series?
Yeah, definitely. So we have stories, again, across all of those different areas. And I'll just talk on kind of top line rather than going into too much detail. But basically, again, what we're trying to do is really just showcase the impact of these technologies. And so, for example, we have a story that's looking at the way in which automation is helping the development of an exoskeleton and the functioning of an exoskeleton, basically just to help someone who can't walk. It's a really good example of the kind of human impact story that we'll be looking at. We're also looking at how in the kind of agriculture space, how AI and sensors are basically helping to increase yields within a greenhouse, but also to reduce the emissions as well. So thinking about that intersection with food security and also water as well, and the kind of water use that goes on there.
Yeah, what's great about that is, automation is going to be helping the challenges of the future that we're having, and that's one of them right there. So it's really interesting to see how it's going to be helping and just assisting in those areas.
Yeah, definitely. And again, that's the way to communicate. And I can speak a bit more about that in the things, but that's how to get your message across, is to really show how it's impacting those things that people are already aware about, like things like food security, things like health, and all things like that.
That's great. Are there any other things that we're going to be covering? Any areas?
Yeah, definitely. So kind of in the world of health, we're looking at, again, how AI and automation is helping actually young children with vision. So those that have limited vision, there's a really interesting project going on to basically help them in a similar kind of mold to the exoskeleton. Staying with health as well, we're working with a major health system actually here in the US. That's doing all sorts of different things with automation, but really we're going to focus in the story on robotic surgery. So really thinking about that futuristic kind of next step, but also just looking more kind of day to day within the hospital as well, where that impact can really be done just through automation.
Yeah, I mean, it's happening now, and people who are just going in for surgery, it's part of their routine and part of what's happening. So it's really interesting to actually hear the story about it and everything.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And then of course we'll also be looking kind of in the factory as well, and we have a really interesting project looking at how basically automation is contributing to what we might call a smart factory, and the kind of various different things that exist within that in order to just make the workforce kind of safer, but also kind of more resilient generally. So
yeah, well, that's great. It sounds like the series is going to be covering all the different ways, from manufacturing to being out and helping our food systems and helping us in healthcare and allowing people to be able to do things that they maybe weren't able to do with limitations. So it does seem like there's a lot of different solutions that automation can offer the world. And I am happy that you are showing a light on that, and that we're partnering together to kind of share those stories and let them be seen by a wider audience. So that's great. So when does it premiere, and how can everyone watch it?
So the series is going to be launching kind of towards the end of autumn, towards the end of this year.
Okay.
And really, production will be happening over the summer. And so what will happen is when we launch, the series will go live on bbc.com. And then there'll be a real distribution campaign that comes with that, where we kind of push it to appropriate audiences on bbc.com. So the kinds of people who are coming interested in this stuff already, a more general audience. But there's also a kind of distribution campaign beyond that, where we start to talk to really people who are here today as well, right? The people who are making decisions in this world. And I think that's a really important thing when it comes to the kind of storytelling that we're doing. Even for people who are living and breathing this stuff every day, if you're trying to communicate to people within the industry, you still need those human stories to showcase the impact, right? You still need to be able to show the impact, even to a CEO of someone who's working in this company already. So we want to speak to those audiences as well, and so there's a full plan to reach those guys as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think everyone can relate and identify with the stories that you're going to be telling, so that's great. And we are really looking forward to seeing it. Do you have any last words you want to leave everyone with about the series?
Yeah, absolutely. The last thing is that we're still open to hearing more stories. So say we've got plenty of stories in production, but there's a few kind of slots that we're still looking to fill. So if anyone here at Automate, if anyone has a story they want to share, if they think anything interesting to us, get in touch with me. The trailer will be playing. There's a QR code at the end that you can scan and it goes to me, or you can just find me on the conference materials and just reach out and see if we can make a film together.
Yeah, that's great. You can find Liam. If you can't find Liam, you can find one of us at A3, and we're really excited about this series and we can't wait to watch it. So Liam, thank you for being with us today, joining us on Automate Live, and we can't wait to watch the series in the fall.
No, thanks so much for having me. Enjoyed it. Cheers. Thanks.
You may have noticed we've been growing faster, bigger, every year, more industries, more people, more impact. Well, in 2026, we're going back to Chicago. Automate returns to the Windy City with an expanded footprint, more technology, more solutions across more industries. Innovation at scale yet again. Now, for 2027, we have a very special announcement. Las Vegas, a new stage for the future of automation, connections to new customers, a gateway into new markets. Welcome to the next era of Automate. We'll see you there. noticed, we've been growing faster, bigger, every year, more industries, more people, more impact. Well, in 2026, we're going back to Chicago. Automate returns to the Windy City with an expanded footprint, more technology, more solutions across more industries. Innovation at scale yet again. Now, for 2027, we have a very special announcement. Las Vegas, a new stage for the future of automation, connections to new customers, a gateway into new markets. Welcome to the next era of Automate. We'll see you there.
In Christmas 1967, I got a toy robot, and it was a lot of fun. We got a lot of mileage out of it, but over time we started having problems with it breaking down. Frequently had to fix it to keep it alive. So I started learning at an early age what reliability and durability was and how to fix things. Pretty early on, I'd made a decision that I was going to go to university for an education in engineering and other types of design science.
You may have noticed we've been growing faster, bigger. Every year, more industries, more people, more impact. Well, in 2026, we're going back to Chicago. Automate returns to the Windy City with an expanded footprint, more technology, more solutions across more industries. Innovation at scale yet again. Now, for 2027, we have a very special announcement. Las Vegas, a new stage for the future of automation, connections to new customers, a gateway into new markets. Welcome to the next era of Automate. We'll see you there.
Christmas 1967, I got a toy robot, and it was a lot of fun. We got a lot of mileage out of it, but over time we started having problems with it breaking down. Frequently had to fix it to keep it alive. So I started learning at an early age what reliability and durability was and how to fix things. Pretty early on, I'd made a decision that I was going to go to university for an education in engineering and other types of design sciences. My very first big assignment showed up in a bag of parts, and it was a brown bag, and it had a bunch of parts that we had to figure out how to assemble those parts. So I got introduced to FANUC at that particular point in time. They had two engineers that came and joined us in this room, and we spread the parts out on the table. We sat down and figured out what was the sequence of operations for putting it together. What were the constraints and what might work, what might not work. That project was fascinating, everything from design to build to installation in the plant. I had not considered a career in sales, and I was uncomfortable with it at first, but I thought it was an interesting opportunity. At first, the business was only with General Motors and General Motors clients. I wound up quickly having to go into business development and work with companies that were outside of the General Motors family. The challenge with going to non-automotive companies to talk about robots is everybody at that point in time thought that robots were a fad. They really didn't think robots could apply in their business. My career at KUKA was the most dynamic from a leadership and market diversity perspectives, which included aero, architecture, automotive, entertainment, and the introduction of the world's first collaborative robot. At Google, I had the broadest responsibilities in my career, including leading sales, local manufacturing, integration, and long-term support.
I'll never forget.
And that's it. Party time. All right. Welcome back to Automate Live. My name is Chris Luecke, host of Manufacturing Happy Hour, and I'm joined by one of my favorite people in the industry to interview on a regular basis, Melanie Wise of Agility Robotics. How are you doing?
Oh, happy to be here.
Excellent to have you here. What a great way as we get towards the end of our interviews for day 2 of Automate Live. And as we get started, you have a nice demo at your booth that I think is fairly easy to walk through verbally. So give us the lay of the land. I believe it's an example of line side delivery, or what you could be using to deliver or feeding of car parts. Is that correct? Maybe go into more detail.
Yeah, so we are showing off in our booth, kind of an end-to-end demo that's a little contrived because we're loading bins on one end and then we're immediately taking it off the other end.
You can't, the conveyor only has so much space that it can.
Yeah, but we're trying to highlight line side delivery or line side replenishment activity. So on one end, Digit, our humanoid robot, meets an AMR and unloads the parts from that AMR and puts it onto a flow rack. And then Digit communicates to the cloud to talk to the AMR's cloud system and says, please go to the next location. And then Digit walks to the next location and meets the AMR at the other side, and then reloads the AMR, and then you repeat the whole process over again. And this is meant to really highlight a lot of the work that we're doing with manufacturing customers, where we're using a combination of automation technologies, the AMR and Digit, to basically do these kind of joint automation tasks. And then the other thing that we're showing in the booth is some of the new functionality of the V4 platform. So this is our next generation robot that has all of the safety functionality that makes it capable for being deployed in OSHA environments, and automated charge docking. So the robot will charge itself and switch off with the other robot after it's ready to charge. And that's a big step forward for us in terms of functionality. And then obviously some other nice things that we upgraded: the payload, the runtime, etc. So our customers are really excited, and we're really excited to show it off.
Yeah, I thought it was a nice, straightforward demo. Like you just highlighted, there's the AMR integration, there's the tote handling, as well as some of the new functionality like autonomous charging.
Yeah.
You know, as we get further into this conversation, tell us a bit more about the integration your humanoid digit is doing with AMRs, you know, in general. I believe you've created some partnerships in this space. Maybe go into some of the details there.
Yeah, so at a high level, in addition to Digit, we have our entire cloud solution, Agility Arc, that pairs with Digit for doing tasking and integration with third-party systems. So over the last couple of months, we've rolled out integration with 3 primary partners. What used to be called Six River Systems is now Ocado, Mir, and Zebra Technologies, which used to be Fetch Robotics, for doing AMR integration, being able to trigger workflows between those systems and have Digit work seamlessly with them. And in addition to that, we've also been with our ARC platform connecting out to other types of automation. So we can connect out to conveyor and things like that. So for triggering any kind of conveyance or other types of traditional automation systems.
You know, one area that I always have a lot of respect for the work you do and that Agility Robotics does is your focus on not necessarily the low-hanging fruit, but maybe the low-hanging fruit's the right word, but the pragmatic applications in humanoid robotics. So you have your demo. What are some of the other use cases, maybe 1 or 2 others that you think are worth highlighting to give a real down-to-earth approach of where the current capabilities are?
Yeah, for sure. So when you look at solving automation for like all of logistics and manufacturing, it's a pretty large surface area. And so at Agility, we purposefully started with doing bulk material handling because a lot of people do it, whether it's auto manufacturers or logistics operators for fulfillment. Um, and it's a relatively structured problem that we can be very successful with in terms of high reliability, good uptime, and fast return on investment. We can do harder problems, but we chose to start with this set of problems because it gives us a nice beachhead. And what that means for us is if you've got a tote, we plan on moving it, and we can move it from uh, shelf to shelf, shelf to flow rack to conveyor, conveyor to shelf, conveyor to AMR, AMR to any of those things, and palletizing and depalletizing, and stacking and destacking. You know, if you have to do some kind of material movement task with a tote or a container, we want to have all of the general capabilities because that's kind of the exciting potential of humanoids is we're a general an automation platform with a whole bunch of general capabilities. We want to be able to do all of those things. We want to do it with high reliability and give a fast return on investment to our customers.
Yeah. I love that I love the deliberate focus. I like that you answered that with the core use case as well as why you're taking the approach to that use case. And, would another way of describing it be you want to nail these general capabilities so it makes a great first impression. It nails the basics first, and then you can get into maybe more complex things from there.
For sure. And also it's like a building block, right? If you're good at doing simple things, you're it's not like you're not going to have to do those simple things sometimes as you do more complex things.
Yeah.
And so we view it as stair stepping into new capabilities. If we can palletize totes, we're halfway there to palletizing boxes, you know? And then we're another quarter of the way to doing even more complex tasks.
Yeah.
And so I think it's really about, taking a tiered approach on the complexity problem.
Mm-hmm.
Because one of the things that I found in my last company
Yeah.
was the hard part is not actually doing robotics.
Mm-hmm.
It's providing a solution that solves a customer problem.
Yeah.
And there's more to providing an automation solution than just having a robot that can do a task. It has to connect to other automation systems.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be able to configure and manage it and deploy it.
Mm-hmm.
For example, we can deploy our automation in less than a week.
Yeah.
And that's not a trivial task in itself.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad that you brought up your last focus on fetch, because you're kind of, not to say you're doing the same thing again, but you learned some of the best practices to approaching a new area of robotics like humanoids when you were doing this a decade ago, approaching what was back then AMRs, a new area of robotics as well. You can answer this question either way you want. I was going to ask, maybe what's one of the next type of applications you see for humanoids, or what's something you learned from the way things progressed with AMRs that might give some visibility into how you might see things progressing in humanoids?
Yeah. So I would say that one of the things that you eventually suffer from
Mm-hmm.
in any automation technology that you make is you suffer from your own success.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the things that I think will eventually happen in the humanoid market, the way it happened in the AMR market, is a lot of people think that it's suddenly going to go from like logistics, manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, elder care. Like we're gonna like immediately solve logistics and then move to all of these other markets. And I think what's actually going to happen is we're going to start solving problems in logistics and manufacturing,
Mm-hmm.
and we're going to get focused there for a
Oh.
long time, because that's what happened with AMRs. A lot of people were saying, "Oh, AMRs are useful in all of these other areas like service robotics," but it took a long time for you to see companies branching out into these parallel markets and
Mm-hmm.
parallel paths. And that's just being a victim of your own success and customers wanting more robotic solutions in that area.
Yeah. No, I could easily see that scenario playing out in a similar way that it did for AMRs.
Yeah.
With this last part of the conversation, I want to ask you about safety. This is something
Yeah.
you and I have talked about in the past, and quite frankly, with any industrial application, one of the most important things to discuss. And I've always appreciated your focus on, yes, we want to drive AMRs forward, we want to drive humanoids forward, but we need to make sure we do it safely. And this will be I'll ask this manufacturing happy hour style into the describe it to me over a drink approach. There is a new safety standard out, ISO AWI 25785-1. Is that correct?
Yes.
How do you describe that over a drink? What does that do beyond the number, that I just spewed out at you?
So this is a year in the making. And it's technically the beginning of the development of that standard. So first we spent the last year proposing the standard and getting alignment that we should make this standard for humanoid robots, or technically dynamically stable industrial mobile robots.
Yep.
And basically what this does is it helps provide requirements and guidance for manufacturers. The -1 is for manufacturers, for how to make industrial mobile robots that use active control for stability to make them safe.
Yep.
And so over the next 3 years, we're going to be writing and developing that standard. And we're excited because one, it's going to provide more safety uniformity for the industry, but two, it will be the first part of providing some basis for end users to understand what safety should look like from manufacturers. And I think that, the other exciting thing is the humanoid industry is a lot less mature than the AMR industry was when we started working on the safety standard ANSI 1508.
Okay.
And so it's kind of nice that we're getting a head start on creating the standard.
Oh yeah.
Compared to, it was a little after the fact.
You're playing catch up with AMRs. Now it's a more proactive approach around humanoids, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah. And I think it's going to be good because right now there's a lot of miseducation in the market around safety, especially with humanoids. And there's a lot of customers that don't understand how unsafe the technology is and the risk that it could pose to workers. For example, if you went and looked at all of the humanoids out there in the market today, very few of them have emergency stops. However, all industrial equipment pretty much requires an
100%.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
emergency stop. And if you walk around Automate, every piece of an industrial equipment here, you're going to find a big red button. And it should be concerning and telling
Yeah.
that if you go and you look at a lineup of humanoids and you look at their backs or their fronts, you don't see a lot of big red buttons. And that, I think, should indicate to people the maturity of the market and how much further we have to go before we're truly ready to commercialize this technology. Because if you don't even have that, it's not clear like how it's going to even work in a work cell, much less in a cooperative application.
Well, I appreciate that you take these things into consideration and bring them up regularly in conversations, and as a leader in this space, hold yourself accountable for making them safe. And actually, I think that's one of the things that makes this last question something that you are one of the first to market to accomplish, because, you know, not everyone out here, I'm sure, knows this, but humanoids need to stay within their cell right now.
Yes,
They're not interacting in the free world, despite what we see in hype videos online. But you have been developing a humanoid with that's cooperatively safe. You're making Digit cooperatively safe. Tell us what that means, because this is a pretty cool next step.
Yeah, this is an exciting next step. So we plan by the end of 2026 to have a cooperatively safe robot out there in the world. That means that Digit can walk freely around a facility and be near humans while doing its job. It won't be able to handle the same work piece at the same time, because that's the definition of collaborative. So cooperative means you can be in the same environment, but you can't touch the same work piece at the same time. But this is a pretty exciting moment, because I think when you look at AMRs, like, they came out into the market already cooperatively safe, and in some cases collaboratively safe. But, you know, we don't get that for free with humanoids. And so the companies that are the first to do this are really going to have a big edge and provide a lot more value for their customers, because the promise of humanoids is general capability. And a lot of that promise comes around from being able to go from task to task to task. But if you're in a work cell, it's really hard to do that.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it makes a lot of sense. I'm always excited to learn where the humanoid industry, we'll call it, is going from our conversations. Thank you for the very thorough update on everything from safety to functionality to what you're showing here at Automate. With that, we got to wrap up. We will be back for more Automate Live very soon. Thanks so much, Melanie.
Thank you.
You may have noticed we've been growing faster, bigger, every year, more industries, more people, more impact. Well, in 2026, we're going back to Chicago. Automate returns to the Windy City with an expanded footprint, more technology, more solutions across more industries. Innovation at scale yet again. Now, for 2027, we have a very special announcement. Las Vegas, a new stage for the future of automation, connections to new customers, a gateway into new markets. Welcome to the next era of Automate. We'll see you there.
Everybody, welcome back to Automate Live. I'm Win Harden from Manufacturing Matters, and today I am blessed enough to be sitting here with award-winning industrial software executive and group president at Teradyne Robotics, Ujjwal Kumar. Ujjwal, thanks for taking time out of this busy day to come join us today.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here.
Our pleasure. So before we get deep, why don't you tell us a little bit about Teradyne Robotics, yourself, anything in your background you'd like to share?
Perfect. So I'm group president for Teradyne Robotics. In our portfolio, we have Universal Robots, the world's largest collaborative robot company, and Mobile Industrial Robot, the AMR company.
Yes, sir.
We we are one of the leading AI-based advanced robotics platforms globally.
Fantastic, fantastic. So you guys are actually here, and you did mention Universal Robotics and MIR, correct?
And MIR, yes.
Beautiful, beautiful. So what does it mean for Teradyne to be here at Automate this year, as well as yourself? And we'll get into it in a little bit later, but keynote address on Thursday. I can't wait to hear that.
So it was interesting for us to see that we have the largest booth at the show.
Ah, okay. Go big or go home, you know.
It's I think it speaks volume of where the advanced robotics industry is today.
Yes.
We are at the cusp of some very exciting software-based and AI-based solutions which are coming to scale.
Yes.
I'll be speaking about some of this during my keynote on Thursday.
Right.
Where the key focus is on helping our industrial customers understand what is a tech hype, science fiction versus scalable solutions.
Exactly. Are there any key tips that you want to offer for people who are trying to sort through what's possible and what's reality today?
So before answering that question, I'll just say that I have been on the other side of several other people here at Automate.
Right.
I started my career at General Motors. Then I was at GE for 10 years, then Honeywell for 7 years.
Yes.
I've run these kind of factories where we need that next level of automation.
Yeah.
And what I have seen is we have a lot more variability in our factories than in the past.
Uh-huh.
So we need the kind of solution which is a standard solution which can handle that variability to have the right return on investment.
Right.
And
is this like an offshoot of flexible manufacturing when you talk about that variability, or just high turnover?
Like a more software-based variability handling rather than designing a custom designed perfect robotics for every application,
right?
Which we have been used to, which I am used to for last 25 years, and the world has been used for last 50 years.
Yes.
Now we can go with more standard collaborative robots and AMRs with the variation handled by the software. And we, as the industrial world, we were waiting for this kind of revolution.
Yes. Right, where hardware becomes more ubiquitous, and we're really differentiating a lot by the application, the software envelope that's wrapping around that work cell.
Absolutely.
And giving it so much more power and capability. So you mentioned, you've been in manufacturing, and you've mentioned the trend towards higher mix or flexible manufacturing. And I'd love to get deeper in a whole nother conversation about retasking and everything down the road. But are there any other key trends that you're focused on right now beyond this just pivotal moment in robotics and automation tech?
So one is how do we bring in standard solutions to solve these age-old problems in the manufacturing space?
Right.
The second one, which we are very intimately involved in, is several of our customers and countries are keen to bring manufacturing. So including here in US,
right?
We dream of this renaissance of manufacturing, reshoring.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things I'm involved in is to bring manufacturing back, we will need to bring our workers back. and will need to bring the investors back.
Right.
We will not be able to bring the workers back to the kind of factories we have today.
Exactly.
We'll have to make it a lot more high-tech, quieter, cleaner, more smarter.
Yes.
To attract this new generation of workers.
Agreed. Agreed.
To bring the investors back, we'll need to drive next generation of cost competitiveness for our factories. And we as the robotic industry, we have the solution for both of those. So I feel that this new generation of advanced robotics is critical for us to drive reshoring, nearshoring, and to bring manufacturing in every parts of the world where our customers want it.
I couldn't agree more, because the technology brings that culture that the new generation wants, right? It's not your father's manufacturing industry anymore.
Yes.
So, and then of course you have the ability for automation to bring more capability, more flexibility, and help to balance those labor costs, right? That we see differences around the world. So I'm totally getting the vibe where you're going from there. What are the biggest challenges facing manufacturers right now, beyond this interesting moment in time that we happen to be in, where there's a lot of shifting around the globe?
Sure. So yeah, I will not get into the tariff-related uncertainty which we have. I think the biggest, like two things which the manufacturers I talk to, they ask for. Number one is we are facing unprecedented labor shortages.
Yes.
Like we have 1 in 5 jobs missing in the manufacturing world.
Right.
And it is difficult to attract the new generation of workers there.
Yes.
The second one is the manufacturers are looking for those scalable solutions. There is some confusion with, say, they're saying, should I jump to these humanoids? And I immediately said, I used to run the factory which you're talking about.
Right.
Let's not start with the form factor.
Yes.
Tell me about your problem.
Right.
Tell me about the function which you want to be solved.
Yes.
What form factor, which technology is best suited to meet your need, that comes later.
Yes.
And we as an industry, we need to stay focused on solving those customers' problem in a scalable way, rather than confusing the market with form factor, like, oh, it should look like a human beings or a dog or a horse or whatever.
Absolutely. Which, still has humanoid robotics growth is just super interesting, without question. We've got battery density issues. We've got some other things that are going to help that scale up, so that's going to be interesting. So you mentioned, we're talking about the challenges that manufacturers are faced. What sort of advice would you give to someone looking to adopt their first automation solution? How should they get started?
So number one thing I would say is clearly lay out what your problem is.
Yes.
And realize that we may have our bias about automation with the kind of automation we all have seen for last 50 years, which is again the world I come from.
Right.
There is a new generation of advanced robotics which is game changing from return on investment and time it takes to deploy and redeploy point of view.
Right.
So we need to look at how we will solve those problems in newer ways.
It's interesting, back in the day, not too long ago, if you were looking at different robotic solutions, you mainly focused on payload, right, based on the application. But there's such a more diverse portfolio of robotic solutions. You mentioned some of them, the AMR pedestals, autonomous forklifts, traditional robotic arms, gantries. So I think that's such an important takeaway. Look at the application first. Always start with the specification so you don't over-engineer the system. But
Absolutely.
at least be aware that you're going to have the flexibility with this automated solution to adapt as your manufacturing changes over time.
No, absolutely.
Beautiful, beautiful. So we've talked a little bit about Teradyne today. You are Universal Robots and Mir. They talk a lot about ecosystems, which I think is brilliant, because manufacturing used to suffer from a collaboration deficit.
Yes.
You might say. But how is that changing in your?
So I think we in the manufacturing world, most of the OEMs, we always started with owning all the technology in-house.
Yeah.
And we always had behemoths who would like to own the full technology stack.
Right.
The world has fundamentally changed. There is no company out there who will be able to bring in the best sensing technology to the best AI to edge analytics, your robotic arm. Like, you need to create an ecosystem through which everyone feels like they are bringing in their respective innovation into the mix.
Right.
And that is what makes UR and Mir very special in the market. From the time of inception, it has always focused on open API, open platform, which brought in the kind of innovators whom in the last industrial revolution we forgot about them, or we said they were too small, they were startups, they will not be able to scale up.
Yes.
We have to give them a platform through which we will be able to scale up those technologies to global scale. And this is exactly what UR and Mir is doing. It is the world's largest innovation platform for AI-based advanced robotics.
To me, these seem connected to other trends in the industry. You know, manufacturers, for one, never wanted to let data go outside the firewall, right? And then now we have artificial intelligence, deep learning models that need a whole lot of data to be very efficient and effective, right? And we never wanted to, you know, let open ports from the industrial network out past the building. So, you know, but then cloud services came in and started to show the capabilities of these systems. So it's like on a technology side, we're embracing a collaboration moment. And then also, of course, on the organizational business side, with certain leading companies like Teradyne, Mir, and Universal Robotics, are mirroring that. It just seems like everything is changing at once and coming together like teeth in a comb, you know, kind of thing.
Like when I think of big players we are collaborating with, like NVIDIA, we work on bringing in new AI-based solutions together. We are partnered with Siemens to bring in new solutions for the industrial world. We just announced our collaboration with Honeywell last week.
Outstanding.
Matthews International, we announced in February. ADI in the semiconductor space. Like all these big players, the reason they want to collaborate is they see their unique role in shaping this industry. The kind of solutions we can bring to the market, again, no one company will be able to create that, drive that leapfrog which this industry needs.
Absolutely.
Which we are able to bring in. And I'll just highlight one of the news which intrigued me a lot last week. Amazon, they had announced this Vulcan program last week, which I thought was an absolute AI integrated breakthrough in the market, which we always thought was sci-fi. Like if something like that had come out 5 years back, we would say, okay, we are just imagining.
Right.
And in that article, Amazon themselves, they say that they thought this problem was impossible to solve 5 years back. So the pace of innovation has changed. It's massively.
Yes.
Like there's from an idea concept to scalable deployed solutions.
Right, exactly.
We are at the forefront of, I call it Industry 5.0.
So with the pace of change, you went perfectly in a segue to my next question. The pace of change is accelerating so fast. I mean, what would you tell manufacturers that they should focus on in terms of developing an automation strategy, say over the next 3 years? Because a lot's going to happen in the next 3 years. You know,
so I would encourage everyone to go in the market, first lay out your problem statement and look for a standard solution. You want to do a welding application or palletizing, screw driving, like whatever is your application, don't try to custom design the perfect solution for that application. With so much innovation going on in the market, focus on the platform which gives you the best scalability.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Ujjwal, it's been a pleasure to talk with you today. I can't wait to see your keynote on Thursday morning. So I hope everyone can join us for that event. But until next time, I hope you have your best Automate ever. And I hope we get to talk again really soon.
No, great. Thanks a lot.
My pleasure.
Thank you, everyone.
You may have noticed we've been growing faster, bigger, every year, more industries, more people, more impact. Well, in 2026, we're going back to Chicago. Automate returns to the Windy City with an expanded footprint, more technology, more solutions across more industries. Innovation at scale yet again. Now, for 2027, we have a very special announcement. Las Vegas, a new stage for the future of automation, connections to new customers, a gateway into new markets. Welcome to the next era of Automate. We'll see you there.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Automate Live. It's my pleasure to be here with Sina Afrouz he is the founder and CEO of Apera AI. Welcome.
Correct. Thank you, Jim. Thanks for having me.
Good to see you again.
Thank you.
And how is everything going for you at Automate?
Really good, actually. I wouldn't be surprised if it turns out to be the biggest Automate ever. There is lots of attendees, and yeah, I mean, we have a really nice booth, lots of interest. This is our 4th year, I think, at Automate, and every year it keeps getting better.
We're going to talk a lot about augmented reality today, but I wanted to kind of get for people out there that may not have heard about Apera AI, I'd like you to maybe just give us the 10,000-foot view of what does Apera AI do?
Great question. All the robots in the world, they either don't have eyes or they have poor vision. We give robots 20/20 vision. That's what we do. And our particular focus is on manufacturing applications.
Yes.
And we tend to work with the largest manufacturers in the world. So that's our key focus areas, whether it's in automotive and appliances and machinery and heavy machinery manufacturing. So all of those people that use a lot of robots, they can often increase their robot use anywhere between 25 to 30% by using Apera Vision.
And so you have you started out in random bin picking, which
Correct.
was a really cool part of the application. So can you give us a little bit of that backstory?
Yeah, that's a great question. Basically, the entire inspiration for the company was a tier 1 auto supplier came to us with a big challenge. There are all these things we want to automate on the factory floor. We can't because robots don't have a good enough vision.
Right.
And that was the spark. And we went around, we went to trade shows, and we realized this is a big problem that's not solved. And with what AI was making possible, we realized there's a huge opportunity to take the computer vision and robot guidance to the next level. So that was the initial inspiration, and we did start with bin picking because, frankly, bin picking is considered the holy grail of vision guided robotics. It's just really challenging, and we have the best bin picking in the world. It's better than anything that you can find out there. But there are also a lot of other applications like racking, de-racking, packing, that as you start talking to the customers, you end up realizing that, okay, these are also big applications and opportunities where you can put a vision on a robot and increase its accuracy, increase the throughput of the line, and improve quality.
So you deal with a lot of systems integrators, correct?
That's correct.
The applications of when they put an Apera AI system in.
That's correct. So there are basically 2 ways that our system finds its way on a factory floor.
Yes.
Either it's a retrofit or a simple sale that is done by the staff of the manufacturers themselves.
Yes.
Because frankly, technology has got to a place where doing those things is not that complicated. But when anybody is doing anything that's a little bit more complicated, there's a full line build, there's multiple jigs to be built, conveyor systems, then usually there's a system integrator involved. And I'm happy to say that almost every large system integrator in North America is one of our partners.
Oh, that's great. And so what are some of the other challenges that they're facing at that manufacturing level?
One of the big challenges today is labor shortage for manufacturing, and the fact that not only labor is hard to hire, but also the turnover is really high. And this is becoming increasingly big problem for manufacturers as manufacturing is being pushed to come back, and it just cannot come back the same way that things are manufactured offshore. So that's when Apera is becoming a very strategic part of the new factory builds. A lot of the things that people would have just thrown bodies at, it's no longer affordable.
Yes.
So we're enabling all the loading and unloading that happens in an autonomous way. People are starting to use a lot of AMRs to move material around, and that has to be combined with automated picking in order for the manufacturer to gain the full ROI. So the combination of these technologies that are becoming available are really enabling manufacturers to produce products at similar cost, but on the Western Hemisphere.
We talked a little bit before this about resiliency. Did you have a comment about that?
Resiliency on the
in manufacturing.
Usually, the resiliency that we talk about is on resiliency to real world challenges.
Right.
Lighting is a big issue.
Mm-hmm.
Always changes, and when you talk about vision, lighting has always been a pretty big problem for all machine vision solutions. The technology that we've built, we've completely eliminated susceptibility to lighting variations.
Mm-hmm.
We don't use any sort of like projected lighting, whether you have skylights, windows, daytime. We have systems that are working outdoors in daytime, nighttime, sunlight, cloudy conditions, rain and shine. But another resiliency is to variations in part presentation, variations in positioning of, for example, the bin, the tote, variation in position of the jig. And all of those things result in frequent downtimes.
Right.
So even if the system might have been automated, all it takes for a manufacturer to lose tens of thousands of dollars is for that line to be down for 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Right.
A manufacturer that's producing over 70, 80 trucks an hour, half an hour, is a lot of trucks that just didn't get built. So that reliability and that resiliency to real world challenges like lighting, like positional variations, that is something that we're really, really good at. And that's where we truly demonstrate that value to our customers.
Thank you for that, Sina. Can you tell us about View software?
Absolutely. So the way that we've solved the challenge of vision-guided robotics is through a software that has AI at its core. And that software, we've called it Apera View.
Yes.
And that's basically at the heart of what we do. We do use more or less off-the-shelf cameras, off-the-shelf processing PCs, and do all the heavy lifting and the magic, if you will, all in the software with the AI at its core. And that's what the View software does.
So I was in your booth earlier before we had this conversation. And can you tell us a little bit of what we're seeing in the booth?
Absolutely. So we've got a couple of demos that showcase two of the main use cases that Apera's had a lot of success with on factory floors. One is a racking and de-racking application using vision. So we have we'll talk about a little bit about viewport, but basically the cameras attached to the end of arm tool, and that is used to detect the parts, detect the rack, pick the part off the rack and place it in another rack, all with vision guidance. The racks are not fixtured, and that allows the robot to basically adapt to the environment. This is very, very common application, and it's source of, again, micro stops and downtimes when the rack moves a little bit or the part moves a little bit. Another application that we're showing is bin picking of stamped parts.
Yes.
Again, very common use case. And a unique thing that we're showing with the bin picking of stamped parts is that, again, we use in the vision not just to pick the parts, but also to place the parts and stack the parts, doing all of that with vision guidance with our autopilot technology, which ensures that the robot doesn't bind and the robot never collides with anything. So that's what we're showing in our booth.
One of the challenges with racks too, our racks get banged around a lot, right, in 100%. Manufacturing. So can you tell us a little bit about that?
Absolutely. No two rack is the same. And even if they were built the same, after 6 months in a manufacturing floor, they're not going to be the same. So when you go to place a part into the rack or pick a part from the rack itself is effectively an obstacle that you have to avoid. And it's a constant problem when you try to automate this task.
Yeah.
So what our vision system does is not only guides the robot to pick the part very reliably, but it can also identify elements of the rack as points of collision and be able to guide the robot to go in, pick the part, avoid those points of collision, come out, or when you're doing the reverse, when you're placing, identify the elements of the rack that the part has to go on and be able to place the part very accurately onto the rack.
And can you tell us a little bit about ROI?
Absolutely. I think the ROI on doing automation is becoming easier and easier almost day by day. The headcount rebalances and effectively the cost of the alternative doing things manually, that is certainly something that goes into the ROI calculation.
Yes.
But increasingly, we're seeing that the cost of the turnover being taken into account, the cost of having to retrain the workers becoming an issue, the cost of labor becoming basically unreliable and, shows up today but it doesn't show up tomorrow. Those are becoming part of the ROI calculation. But then at the same time, the technology is getting to a point where integration of the systems is becoming more seamless.
Yes.
And faster.
Yep.
With less engineering and with introduction of, AI and vision, the systems are really becoming robust to the point that the manufacturers can actually rely on this technology and not have to worry about rolling this technology into their factory floors.
So augmented reality is important to your clients.
Correct.
Or is it important to you?
This is actually a new new product that we are revealing at Automate, and I'm very excited to talk about that.
Oh, nice. What's it called?
It's part of the Apera Forge, and it's instant concept design in augmented reality. The backstory on that is I'm working in a tier 1 supplier.
Yes.
And there's literally 300 stations where our technology can be used. And today it's just like people picking things from the bin and placing it onto a jig. And their question is, where do we get started? And before the Apera Forge AR, what you'd have to do is bring in a system integrator.
Yep.
They measure the floor. Sometimes they start to scan it using a 3D scanner, take that back to their office, do some rendering, put a concept together, show you.
Yes.
Now, with Apera Forge, we made digital twins possible in a really easy web interface.
Yes.
You can build a cell, you can put a robot, and immediately you're able to see that. Now, what Apera Forge AR does is it allows you to place that right on the factory floor as you're walking the floor.
So you can see it.
You can not only see
like
it,
real time.
You can measure it. You can check if it's going to fit in your space.
Yep.
You can check if there are any obstacles that are in the way of the robot. You can immediately use autopilot and digital twin to move that around. And best of all, you can experience it at our booth.
Yep.
So come to our booth, and you'll be able to grab a robot cell, place it on the floor, and be able to experience the magic of Apera Forge AR.
What's your booth number?
That's a great question. 3507.
Also, you have some news about Detroit and a new office that you're creating, and we only have like 30 seconds left. So that's in response to training, right?
100%. So the more we penetrate and put systems into factories, the more people were asking us, can I just send my engineers down and become an expert in Apera so that we can keep putting more Aperas on our factory? So we decided to open a training facility in Detroit that is going to be where customers and system integrators can come in, have an offsite time, truly learn the system. We're going to have a certification program that allows people to truly learn Apera and be able to put Apera systems on factories much, much faster.
So lots going on. Hey, thank you very much for coming on.
Thank you, Jim. It's a pleasure.
You may have noticed we've been growing faster, bigger, every year, more industries, more people, more impact. Well, in 2026, we're going back to Chicago. Automate returns to the Windy City with an expanded footprint, more technology, more solutions across more industries. Innovation at scale yet again. Now, for 2027, we have a very special announcement. Las Vegas, a new stage for the future of automation, connections to new customers, a gateway into new markets. Welcome to the next era of Automate. We'll see you there.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Day 2 here at Automate Live, and it has been an amazing day filled with technology, automation. The latest solutions are moving our industries forward around the manufacturing industry. Joining with me today is Dan White. He's the Director of Technical Marketing here at Opto 22. Dan, thanks for being on the show.
Thanks for having me.
You know, it's great to be here because You guys are talking about the important conversations that need to happen in manufacturing when it comes to the way we're collecting and handling data. Cybersecurity has a big conversation, the convergence of IT and OT. But before we dive into all that, talk to me about Opto 22. Tell the audience, who's Opto 22 as a company?
Well, Opto 22, founded in 1974, so we're just over 50 years old, almost 51. A company of engineers, really for engineers. We started out back in the 70s with the original creation of the potted solid state relay. From there, continued to innovate into PC-based automation, eventually moving on to our own controllers, and really taking advantage of open and available technologies that we can provide into the OT space for our customers. So we like to take advantage of standard, open architecture type products that everybody is used to and applying those into the OT space.
And I think it's when we talk about standards, right? I think standards is one of the most important conversations that need to happen in the industry. Data is becoming a much more common topic. More people want to collect data. More people want to collect data, want to contextualize data. So where do companies start? Let's talk about what are some of the biggest problems that companies are facing when it comes to data and real-time information on their floor?
I think the first problem a lot of companies are facing is that they're just not collecting that data yet. Now, those of them who are collecting some data, it's about creating consistent data. So, if I've got data coming from over here and data coming from over there, and they're in two different formats, or they're not using the same engineering units, or they're not standard in some way, then it becomes kind of an impossible task to, really compare that data and make sense of that data. So contextualizing data, I think the two big things are getting the data and getting it where it needs to go, and also making sure that when it gets there, it has the right context ahead of time.
Absolutely. And when we look at what needs to happen on the floor, there's always been this rough spot between IT and OT. And so when companies want to start collecting data, what should they be looking at when they want to have conversations of IT, who's probably an existing, workforce on, and really OT might not be currently at the industry? How do you begin to have those conversations to bridge those gaps together?
Well, I think, we're all used to hearing the Department of No, and IT, is telling me no, and I can't put this on my network. And, where we started as a company, and again, we're an OT company marketing OT products to operational companies that are making things and processing things and so on. But I think the big part is making sure that when we designed our products, IT professionals knew exactly what they were getting, and really designing an OT product that operates as a first-class citizen on an IT network. Things like, supporting LDAP for user authentication, having zero trust, credentials, being able to create users that are authenticated and secure, working DHCP on their networks. All of those all of those IT things that are IT folks are used to, but that we on the OT side, don't usually have to deal with.
100%. So when you look at the OT side, without getting too technical and scaring away the audience, how do we begin to flatten that OT area? How do we make it easier for companies to begin to integrate this technology, and not try and do everything overnight? Right? We need to create things slowly, step by step by step, to start at the low hanging fruit. Where do we start that flattening?
I think that's exactly the approach. It's just start small. Find one thing, one process, or one product, or one project where you go, hey, we need data from here. And you can pick up little devices on, things like counting parts or processing uptime and downtime. You can purchase inexpensive edge devices under $1,000 that you can just add on to existing machines. Don't reinvent the wheel. Don't re-outfit your whole machine with a new control system. Tack something on, grab a prox sensor that can count parts as they go by, or a volume sensor that can track flow as it's going through, and get that data and then democratize that data, make it available. But start small, one machine at a time. And once you've proved it, it's easy to scale it when you start with products that are part of a scalable architecture.
One of the first projects that I remember working on with Opto 22 was for energy monitoring efficiency, right? We plugged it in. We looked at some compressors and some power pulling from different machines. We were able to determine how do we get the best power efficiency out of when these machines run, when these compressors run, what time of day they're running.
Sure.
What's a good success story that you have on how you've helped a company, how Opto 22 has helped a company really begin to understand the value of collecting and contextualizing data?
You know, it's funny because the first one that actually comes to mind is Opto 22. We are an American manufacturer. And one thing that we noticed was our power bills were pretty high. And as we started focusing more on energy monitoring and we released our own energy monitoring product, we realized that, you know, the way you get charged for power, most people don't really understand this. Yeah, you get paid for how much power you use over the course of that billing cycle that month. But you also pay what's called demand charges. So the 15 minutes out of that entire month that you use the most energy, your pricing gets pegged to that amount. So when we started looking at it, we realized just doing simple things like staging when we bring our machines online. Hey, bring on air handler 1, wait until it's up and running before you bring on air handler 2, or service machine 1, service mount 2. And phase your kind of bringing everything online, just lowering your peak demand. We were able to save up 30% on our electric bill. And we've got customers doing that same kind of thing all over the place. In particular, I just thought of another one as we were chatting. You know, we've got customers that are in the heat treating business. It's incredibly energy intensive. And so they're able to now, by monitoring energy on individual machines, on individual processes, they can actually assign an energy cost to a part. And so instead of just thinking of energy as, oh, this is my part of my overhead, now energy can become a specific billable cost to a specific process or item. And just doing that allows you to save money and, you know, price parts appropriately where you might have not been building that cost in.
So let's dive into some more of the technical stuff that's out there now. MQTT, OpenCI, Smart Plug, they're all buzzwords that are out there. How do companies better understand what they should be looking for when they see all these types of ways we can connect and talk to devices? What should they know from a basic level?
Well, there's really, first and foremost, there's no one size fits all. You know, you hear a lot on social media of MQTT or OPC. You know, we at Opto view those as technologies that work together. So, you know, you may have a network of machinery that's all communicating together over OPC, but when you start thinking about, well, now I want to take all this data and get it up to the cloud and get it up into an AI platform where I can analyze it, all of a sudden, now the bandwidth and the amount of data that you're moving matters. When you were just passing information across the facility on a small network, it didn't make much of a difference. But when you're pushing it up to the cloud, now you're going, well, wait, we can't pump all this, you know, we can't do what, you know, we call a pull response architecture where I'm constantly going, what's the value? What's the value? What's the value every second? Where something like MQTT, which operates on a pub sub architecture, goes, okay, I've got a value, I'm going to send it up to the cloud or to wherever. It could be an on-prem broker. But once I do, I know that that value is the right value, and I'm not going to send a new value until I get a change. And so I might have a little bit of a heartbeat or something that says I'm still here and that's still live. But I'm not sending these full rich data messages back and forth constantly. So remember that, you know, there's no one size fits all. OPC can exist with MQTT. They're both different ways. And you know, when you talk about spark plug, that's a standard of MQTT, great for industrial applications, but it all works together. You know, it can all be part of the same ecosystem.
And I think when you look at it, that's how you democratize data. When you figure out there's, in order for an industry or in order for us to able to collect and access and be able to contextualize data, things have to work together. And I think it's one of those things that you as an organization, you as Opto 22 are figuring out. How do we not just say our way is the only way? How do you go out there and understand this is the way the industry is moving? These are the standards that are happening across the industry. This is how we can make sure that we are making things as easy for the customer as possible.
Right. And I think that's, you know, it's about having an open architecture. And, you know, people hear open architecture, they get a little bit scared. Like, well, I don't want it to be open. I want to make sure it's secure. Two different things. You can have a platform that supports everything from Modbus to OPC to MQTT, but that also has native firewall support, built-in security certificate support, zero trust authentication, VPN access for secure remote access. So I think, you know, open architectures built on platforms that are secure.
Yeah. So let's talk about security. Cybersecurity is a conversation that needs to happen. It can't be avoided when it comes to the way we act and process data. What should companies know when it comes to making sure that their data, their processes, their IT and OT networks are secure? What should they do?
There's
from a high level, you know, you got 3 minutes to run through this part.
I would say, you know, first of all, you got to start somewhere. So first you have to sort of do an assessment. Where are you today? You know, are you a 50-year-old company that's got a big sort of kludged together mess of this from here and that from there and this and that? Or are you developing something from the ground up? A greenfield applications architecture is of course going to be cleaner and neater.
Way different than a brownfield.
They're completely different. So knowing where you're at today and knowing where you want to go, I think is a big part of it. And, you know, knowing why you want to get there and what the reasons are for it. So it's a big question.
It is.
But I think knowing where you are, knowing where you want to be, coming up with a plan to get there, making sure, you know, when we think of OT and the devices that are on OT networks, these are not cyber secure devices typically.
Yeah.
They're just sitting there with open ports. You do not want your OT devices on the internet. And for years it was, well, okay, so our OT network is here and here's an air gap between that and the internet.
Authorization zone across
But that doesn't work well when you start getting into, well, I'd like to do AI analytics on this stuff. I can't do all that on premise. I need to get that data up to a cloud server. So I think that's where taking advantage of architectures like MQTT Sparkplug and PubSub and, you know, not sitting out there going, I have open ports, come get the data, but I'm going to securely get it where it needs to go and start, you know, making sure it's contextualized, making sure it gets where it needs to go so that you can start building out that infrastructure for the next level of how are we going to analyze all this data.
Absolutely. So wrapping things up, what makes you so excited about the industry that you're involved with? You're able to work with a wide variety of companies in the manufacturing, the processing, the utility space. What are you excited for looking in the future when it comes to how companies are making their physical processes smarter through the digitalization and data?
You know, what I'm most excited for and what I really love most about going to work every day and what I do every day is I wake up every day with a clear sense of why we're doing what we're doing.
Yeah.
And for me and for Opto 22, I think that's building things that last. So that isn't just mean building a relay that lasts. It means building a relationship with a customer that lasts. I think most customers I deal with every day, these are lifetime customers of Opto. Building relationships with our partners that last. We've been exhibiting at this show with inductive automation for a number of years now. We've got a rich ecosystem of partners, relationships with our employees that last. So, you know, all the tech be damned, in my opinion. For me, it's about building something that lasts for the future. And, you know, we can see the horizon is bright, but we can also see that we've got a lot of baggage that we got to bring with us. And I think, you know, just if I even have time for a short example, we went back and redesigned a 20-year-old product because we couldn't get chips for it anymore. And we got to a point where we said, hey, our customers, our OEM customers, our end user customers, they're relying on these. These relationships, these customer relationships, I want them to last the same way that I want our products to last. And so for me, it's about going into the future going, hey, we've got something that's going to last. It's going to take you where you need to go. And you don't have to worry about it being obsolete tomorrow. We're going to get there with you one way or another.
I think it's one of those things, right? There's a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot of risk when it comes to the industry, how we're adopting new technology, and then the tools and the standards that Opto 22 is working on putting out help eliminate this risk. And really, at the end of the day, make manufacturers more comfortable with how they run their process on the floor, how they begin to collect data, and how they begin to act on that data all from one spot. So, Dan, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Of course, if you want to learn more about Opto 22, where do they start? Check out your website.
Absolutely, opto22.com.
And then, of course, on social media as well. And, of course, you guys are at a lot of events. So if you ever see someone out there, Opto 22 or a Groove Epic shirt, make sure you stop by and say hi. But that wraps it up for this session of Automate Live. We'll see you guys next time.
You may have noticed we've been growing faster, bigger, every year, more industries, more people, more impact. Well, in 2026, we're going back to Chicago. Automate returns to the Windy City with an expanded footprint, more technology, more solutions across more industries. Innovation at scale yet again. Now, for 2027, we have a very special announcement. Las Vegas, a new stage for the future of automation, connections to new customers, a gateway into new markets. Welcome to the next era of Automate. We'll see you there.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jimmy Carroll. I'm the Vice President of Operations at Tech B2B Marketing and co-host of the Manufacturing Matters podcast. And welcome to the final session of Automate Live on Day 2 at Automate. I have the pleasure of being joined by Nikki Gonzalez of the Automation Ladies.
Hey, everybody.
And Lindsay Sullivan, who's a Technical Marketing Manager at CCS.
Yeah. Hi.
Thank
you for joining us, Lindsay. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, well, thanks for allowing us to be here with you. So I'd like to start off by asking what you and what CCS are most excited about at Automate this year.
Yeah, we are most excited. I mean, Automate Live, being here with you guys. So thanks again for having me. I think for me, I'm most excited about at our booth, we have an air hockey table. And this has been something that my co-marketer and I came up with the idea to really show off, how well our lights work in high speed, but also really helps you kill time at the booth when you've got a little bit to kill. You just play air hockey while you're playing. So that's been fun to have that here. And then obviously seeing everybody that you kind of get to network with again. You see them every year at the show, get to catch up. So the social side and then the air hockey table's been fun.
I love how you guys are bringing the lighting into applications in your booth and making it something fun that people get to play with.
Yeah.
It's very cool. I haven't made it down there yet, but for those that are here and like me have been too busy to come to your booth yet, where is it? So people can find you.
It's like right kitty corner here. It's 5415. Feel like I'm a little bit dyslexic sometimes, but
yeah, that's okay.
It's over there somewhere.
They're hard to remember.
Yeah, you'll get there in the way. But yeah, it's pretty close to this booth right here. And if you beat one of the sales teams at air hockey, you can get a little kendama game that you can play, which is a little Japanese game. You throw a little ball up into a cup, so it's fun.
Super cool. Isn't that something that you had at your booth last year, and then people wanted to take them, but you weren't giving them away?
Yeah, so then we made them giveaways this year because we kind of learned from our mistakes.
You learn from year after year with that Automate. What's popular, what people like to see. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And as far as what's popular, I like to talk about this a lot, right? So there are different technology. Customer needs evolve, and they put the onus on the vendors, right, to advance their technologies. So processes get faster and faster, and with that requires all these different vendors, lighting companies, camera companies, processing companies, whatever, to advance their technologies. And from your perspective, right, what are some of the most common applications that are driving the needs for increasingly high speeds in machine vision today?
Yeah, so logistics has been a big one. That was definitely COVID happened and everyone needed logistics lights. It was a big market we all took over. So high speed is really, and that industry is unique because all of the applications are pretty much high speed versus like food and beverage. You have a lot of high speed applications, but you can have some that are pretty standard speed or stationary even and stuff like that. So when you get to logistics, it's a lot of the barcode reading, but the challenge of that is the boxes change in size, color, where the barcode is. It's not consistent every time. So developing a light that can illuminate a whole field of view evenly and pick up a barcode in the whole thing versus like food and beverage, it's going to be the same place every time, but you have different challenges of being washed down or, it's harder to read the barcode because of how it's printed on the can or something like that. So those are kind of the common ones. We're also seeing that there's a lot of the kind of average request of the exposure time when we get applications that we're solving has just seemed to have gotten faster.
Yeah.
And so I think just in general manufacturing is getting more efficient and getting faster. So lighting is just going to have to keep up with that as well.
Yeah.
Throughput. Everybody's after throughput, right?
They are,
and
yeah.
So you want to run your machines faster. I think also as people are getting more into predictive maintenance and smarter systems, they're able to actually run their lines faster.
Yeah.
Because I know one of the big problems, kind of with automation in the past has been oftentimes manufacturers, they buy a machine or a line and it's supposed to run at a certain speed.
Mm-hmm.
But the reality of the situation is they often don't run them at that speed because some issue or some incompatibility, or maybe they're not very well maintained. And now as the entire industry has kind of come up to a level, right, where we're actually getting better at this, we're integrating better. Mm-hmm. These machines are coming up to the speeds that they're supposed to be at.
Yeah.
Even, or as they're also getting faster. I'm sure there's a number of factors that are kind of driving that need for speed.
Yeah, and
right,
we don't want lighting to be the bottleneck in that scenario. You don't want to slow down your speed because your light's not bright.
No, and nor should it be left for last, right? So often it feels like machine vision lighting is sort of an afterthought, but you still require like a sufficient amount of contrast to create differentiation in images for AI, for example. AI cannot make up for ambient lighting or poor lighting conditions, and every application requires different lighting setups. So in addition to high speed, I wanted to ask, like, what are some of the different lighting strategies required for both high speed and high precision applications today?
Yeah, so it's, you talk about contrast. That is essentially what machine vision and lighting specifically is trying to do. You're trying to create contrast so the camera can see it, the tool is more reliable and more repeatable. So we kind of think of it as, where's the contrast coming from? Is it coming from the product? Does it already have it there? Like a black barcode on a white background.
Yeah.
That's going to be contrast no matter what you do. Versus if it's like a pin stamp barcode on, so that's going to be gray on gray. A light can hide that, or a light can enhance that. And so we kind of view, when is it precision? When is it flood? Of how are we getting the contrast? Is it already there? That's a floodlight. We just have to evenly illuminate the area, make sure it's consistent every time. Ambient light's not going to be a problem. If it's, the harder one where it's gray on gray, pin stamp, now we have to think about, is the light coming from a certain direction? Is that going to hide it or enhance it? Is the wavelength important? Is the working distance mattering? And that's just testing, a lot of trial and error in our lab, bringing the light up and down, using the physics of light to make sure you're solving that and can get that repeatable image every time.
It's a lot of trial and error with light testing, right? You really got to test those samples to know exactly what you're going to be needing to use. It's one of those things where you really want a specialized lighting vendor, really, that really understands what to test.
Yep.
And has all of the available options.
Yeah, and it's even, you think something will work, and oh, this will be so easy, slam dunk, I'll just throw this light on, and then you're like, that didn't work, back to square one, and then kind of start over.
Yeah, and it's not just about high speed. I know high speed gets a lot of the attention because it's fun, right?
Yeah.
And logistics and the post-COVID wave of e-commerce booming, and it's understandable for high speed to be such a hot topic. But lighting and machine vision systems must also be able to enhance accuracy and precision. And there are a lot of interesting technologies, sort of hot topic technologies, right? Like SWIR and multispectral and 3D and AI. We mentioned what are some ways that you've seen your lighting help solve challenges that maybe in the past weren't possible?
Yeah, so it's like lighting is only getting better, right? And when they first started, it was just kind of red LEDs, and then they were able to make white LEDs and opened it up. And like you said, SWIR, hyperspectral, that's the wavelengths getting longer and more inclusive is really doing a lot, but also the form factor matters a lot. So we have this one LFX-V light that no one ever has. It's my favorite machine vision light, which is a really nerdy thing to have, I've noticed. But I love it.
Hey, I think you're in a room. I think you're in a giant convention center full of people with nerdy interests. So
that's a great point. I feel better. Thank you.
Absolutely.
But it's like a light that does coaxial collimation properties, but when it's really close to the part, it's more like a dome light. And so having the right form factor, because that light can solve applications that no other light can solve.
Yeah.
And so, it's really just having the right light to solve the application and understanding the physics so that I'm getting off topic here, but where lighting is going, the wavelengths are going to get better, the form factors are going to get better, the intensity is getting better, the control is getting better too. When we do say high speed, a lot of that is you have such a short amount of time to get your light to flicker in that really short exposure time. You have to make sure your control of that light is perfect, because you can't afford to miss or the images are going to flicker. So it's kind of all coming together now. It's all working together now, getting easier to program for people, having a lot more plug and play, that kind of stuff it's all just getting better.
Absolutely.
Kind of a fun question for you. We talked a little bit about this beforehand, and I know that your kids are younger, but if you have family members or friends and you're trying to explain to them what you do, what are some examples of fun applications that you might be able to talk about that you say, hey, well, this is really cool. I know that the robot dogs and the humanoids are kind of sexy, but what are some examples of applications that are maybe common for CCS where you can say, here's something really cool that we help solve?
Yeah, I would. So the way I describe my job to people, it's not exactly fun, but I'm if you're looking at a can of tuna and there's a date code, you're not gonna have an operator pick it up. But sometimes I like to talk about the places that I visited. I went to a slaughterhouse one time, which isn't exactly fun to say, but I would have never gone to a slaughterhouse before, and you're just kind of yeah, we were trying to see how the meat was cut and stuff like that. So that's probably the weirdest, the most shocking one, I guess, that I go with, which isn't very fun. Not to use that word, but it's my best
I think
example.
a lot of us struggle with telling people outside the industry what we do, because it is often so technical and it's a subset of the manufacturing industry. And the broader world doesn't even know that much about, not a lot of people have been inside of a slaughterhouse or a tuna factory, right?
Yeah.
And I think no matter what role you play in this industry, you get to see that cool stuff. And then lighting, really, you're illuminating those products. It's really a lot of fun to talk about. I myself could go on, if we had an hour here, on in-depth conversation about the spectrum of light, the things we can and can't see. Also, so I would think maybe if I was still doing that kind of stuff, I used to be a machine vision engineer, which relies a lot on lighting. is, we have lights and we can illuminate some things that your eye can't see, but a camera could see, like how dogs and cats have different spectrum of vision than we do.
Yeah.
And it's really all about that spectrum.
Yeah.
And capturing the right one for the
like UV and stuff. You can kind of
Yeah.
you can see the fluorescence, but yeah.
Yeah, well, and when you think of like high speed, even all the best machine vision systems are only as good as the sum of its parts, and that includes lighting and motion control and cameras and lenses and all these other things that make up these large systems. So all of it together creates these faster, better, more accurate systems that are pushing throughput and accuracy and maintaining brand reputation and all those great things. Like when it comes to being reliable, right, for your integrators or your OEMs, though, how do you go about testing and validating your products to ensure that like they can meet these high speed needs or these non-visible imaging needs or whatever it may be?
Yeah, I mean, the first things first, have a comprehensive lab. In our lights, we have pretty much all the tools you need to solve. We have a lot of lights at our disposal. We have our headquarters in Japan, so we're able to, hey, like we need this specific thing. Can you guys send it down? So just being able to test with as many lights as we have to test with. But we kind of talked earlier, it's a lot of trial and error of, making sure that you're testing it. A lot of it comes down to what we're given as well, making sure that we're given all the information to replicate your setup. Because kind of worst case scenario is we come up with a solution and we send it and they're like, oh, there's something in the way. We can't put the light there.
Yeah,
And you have to like start over. Or the worst is when they give us like a sample of one defect and like, but these other ones could occur. So, solve it for that. And I'm like, I can't guarantee the solution will work for those because I don't have that defect to test with. So it's a little bit of give and take, right? We will give you all of the lights at our disposal and test with those, but make sure that you're giving me exactly what you're going to see and what's going to come to you, so I can make sure that that's what I'm actually solving for. And then there's strategies when it comes to high speed. People always kind of, well, they don't always, but sometimes they call in and they're like, what's the lux of this light at this working distance? And that's not really that relevant unless you have the right measurement tool to figure that out. But really, you got to know like what intensity are we jumping from? So test it at a standard intensity. Okay, in order to reach the exposure time that you have, our light has to be 3.5 times brighter because we can solve it at 350 microseconds, but you need 150 microseconds. So how do we get this light that we've solved with 3.5 times brighter to solve your application? So knowing what questions to ask, making sure we're getting the right information from the customer, and testing out everything. I always say test every application. Even if you think it's easy, if it's an easy answer, it's an easy test. Because worst case scenario is you install something and it's not easy and it's not what you think it is and you've already got the parts or don't want to delay your project. Always test.
Right, yeah, and your brand and reputation's on the line there, so.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, unfortunately, even if it's not your fault, like you said, you didn't actually get the examples of the defects that the customer wanted.
Yeah.
In the end, they associate your reputation with the outcome of the entire system, not just the lighting.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming you have a pretty tight partner ecosystem. You work with manufacturers of cameras, you work with systems integrators.
Yeah.
Because it really takes that holistic system. Do you guys have a lot of partners here at the show today?
We do, yeah. Gosh, I feel like all day long it's been pulled to one person. Come talk to this guy and this guy, which I'm sure you guys have been doing too. So yeah, we've got our lights are in a lot of different booths. We're kind of showing a lot of different things as well. So it's been fun kind of getting to reconnect with everybody while we're here and working with all those guys.
Automation is really a team sport. You need all of these different players and you need them to work together for the customer to be able to trust that solutions are going to work.
Yeah.
And lighting is one of those that is a specialty that really, as you're talking, these specific things are maybe not things that even general automation engineers know about, right?
Yeah.
So having access to a specialized lighting manufacturer, supplier that knows what they're doing, that knows how to test, you can give the advice to the customer of what questions you should be asking, what things you need to watch out for and make sure to test, right? I like to think about it in my network, like I have a go-to company or a go-to person for every subspecialty of automation, right? Because you can't know everything about it all.
Yeah.
And so even though some of those things that people think of as afterthoughts, they really should be, you should have a go-to person, company for that, because they're the only ones that are so nerdy and care so much about that piece of the puzzle, right?
Machine vision lights.
Yeah.
Not everyone else has that.
Well, Lindsay, Nikki, thanks so much for sharing the stage here. Lindsay, what's the booth number again? One more time, just so we can, the general area anyway, 541-ish.
5414.
5411.
Emily's going to kill me for the record for this. She's going to be so mad I didn't remember this booth number.
Well, we still got.
Yeah.
There's also an app where you can search for CCS lighting and find them here.
Yeah, there you
on
go.
The floor.
Exactly. So, so with that, thank you very much. And this is the final session of the day, and Automate Live will pick back up tomorrow at 9 a.m. So thanks everybody for tuning in, and see y'all tomorrow.
Tune in tomorrow. Bye.
Bye.
You may have noticed we've been growing faster, bigger. Every year, more industries, more people, more impact. Well, in 2026, we're going back to Chicago. Automate returns to the Windy City with an expanded footprint, more technology, more solutions across more industries. Innovation at scale yet again. Now, for 2027, we have a very special announcement. Las Vegas, a new stage for the future of automation, connections to new customers, a gateway into new markets. Welcome to the next era of Automate. We'll see you there.